truth unknown. Cold steel whispers, justice blind. In the dark, who pays the crime? True crime symphony echoes in the night. Screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over till the deed is done. Broken chains, footstep fade, a tale of lies and lives betrayed. No escape, the hunter's call. Every secret must face its fall. Whispered sins, shouted pain. Who will rise? Who remains? True crime symphony echoes in the night. Screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over till the deed is done. Defiant scream, justice cry, drums of thunder obey. Baselines pulse, hearts collide. The truth revealed, nowhere to hide.
Red lights scream, shadows in the lane, echoes in the alley, whispers in my brain. Steel-toe boots on the pavement they march, tattooed knuckles gripping fate in the dark. Broken glass symphony, crime scene art, yellow tape dancing where the nightmares start. Heartbeats sink till the sirens cry, truth buried deep where the lost souls lie. Sirens in the dark, screaming through the night, paint the city red, drowning in the fight, running from the past, nowhere left to go. Sirens in the dark, pulling me below. Heavy bass thump, got the devil in my chest. Hoodie pulled tight, I'm a ghost at best. Street lights flicker, shadows playing games. Every block a gamble, rolling loaded names. Knives flash quick like a camera's click. Life on the edge, no room to slip. Tales of the hunted, the hunters, the crime. Symphony of danger in the echo of time. Bass drops heavy, chains on my feet. Marching to the rhythm of a city's heartbeat. Strings cutting sharp, slicing through the grime. Orchestra of chaos, the true crime rhyme. Sirens in the dark, screaming through the night.
Cold steel whispers, just as blind. In the dark, who pays the crime? True crime symphony echoes in the night. Screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over till the deed is done. Broken chains, footstep fade, a tale of lies and lives betrayed. No escape, the hunter's call. Every secret must face its fall. Whispered sins, shouted pain. Who will rise? Who remains? True crime symphony echoes in the night. Screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over till the deed is done.
All right, all right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to whoever you are and wherever you are. I hope it's good for you because it's great to be back with you guys today. Here at the cafe, we are open for business. Grab a seat, grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Get yourselves comfortable, guys. We're heading on back over to Idaho. Surprise, surprise. There's a new interview that came out last night with Chris McDonough. Yippee, kaye. And I want to review the interview because there's some things in there, as my title says. What does the defense have against Bill Thompson? What do they have on Bill Thompson or the prosecution themselves? Is there something that the defense was going to play in that trial that would have destroyed the prosecution possibly? Was there something that was going to come forward from that trial that was going to absolutely put the prosecution out to the fire, folks? So you got to wonder. There was a statement made in this interview, and it just made me start thinking, what could they have had against the defense? Because as you're going to hear in there, whether it was an accident or not, guess what? It definitely is not. Hold on a minute here. I just got thrown off the path again. What was I saying? I completely lost my train of thought. Thank you, Tomboy, for that. Or Miss Tandy, I'm sorry. Anyway, there's something I believe now at this point that I told you guys I never believed that the defense went to the prosecution and asked for the plea deal. I didn't at all. So sorry about that, guys. I lost my total train of thought. There's a statement made in this interview that makes me really think that now. I think Steve Goncalves says things when he's angry that he probably didn't want to say, and now it's out there. So that's a conversation that we're going to be having today, guys. Truly curious now. And that being said, there's going to be so much more to talk about with this again. And again, I'm sorry I got myself distracted like that. My apologies, you guys. Thank you for being here. Please make sure to hit that like button on your way through the door. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing today. Mods, can you please drop all these awesome creators that are in here? Drop their links as we get moving, please. Miss Kathy's here. I saw typically Miss Kim. Anybody you see in here, drop their links, please, because these are amazing creators, amazing people, and I appreciate them all being here. And thank you to my moderators, the most amazing on YouTube, for being here as well. You guys know what comes next. Let's do this.
flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
All right. Love listening to that song. Molly did such an amazing job on that. It never gets old. I'm just saying, it just never gets old. Thank you again for that, Molly. And thank you all again for joining me here at the Cafe today. I appreciate you very much. I hope you're having an amazing Monday. Mondays do suck from time to time, but not for me because I get to spend them with all of you amazing and beautiful people. I appreciate you all so very much for being here. I hope you guys have your notebooks handy. And I did make that t-shirt. Miss Moonlit has it already. Let's see who we got in the house real quick. Moonlit, speaking of, in the house. Good to see you. Miss Tandy's here on her lunch break for just a little bit of time. She's always so awesome. She comes in and starts right at it, guys. Does an amazing job. And I appreciate and love her so much for it, as I do all my mods. Thank you, all of the mods, for being here and doing what you do. I couldn't do it without you, and we all know that. It would be horrible. So thank you, ladies, for what you do. And gentlemen, I do have a couple male mods, too. Mark Schumann, good to see you as well. Miss Girl, good to have you back. Miss Rowe, I did make that t-shirt. Miss Moonlit owns that shirt now. She has it. It's pretty awesome. Miss Cassie made that one. Michelle Weddle, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Kent Corbett, my brother, good to see you this afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Of course, the megastar, Miss Meg's in the house. Good to see you, Meg. Thank you for joining us. Always happy to have you guys in the house with us. Where are we at here? The cat lady coming from up north. Wonderful to see you, Miss Canadian Cat Lady, as always. Kathy's Indie Zone in the house again. Great job with your last couple of videos, Kathy. We love you. We appreciate you. I hope everybody has subscribed to Kathy's Indie Zone. She does an amazing job over there. I'm very grateful for her, amongst all the others that help us to get through this case and to understand the things that we don't. So thank you again, Miss Kathy, for being here and for just being you and doing what you do. We appreciate you very much. Echo 444 in the house. Good to see you again. Miss Paula, the positive ones in the house today. Good to see you as always. Thank you for joining us. Let me see. Allison White, welcome back to you. Where are we at? Michelle F, welcome. And welcome to all my UK folks. Thank you so much for joining us from over the pond. We love you and appreciate you so very bad. Or so very much. I'm reading. Oh, I see what you were saying. I read that at the same time that I was talking, so my apologies, guys. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Let's see. Typically Unique's in the house. Miss Allison White, congratulations on 9 months. We appreciate that so very much. Happy Dagoversary to you. Let's see. Who else do we have? Rise Hamilton, welcome. Good to see you today. Thank you so much for joining us. The Tomboys in the house, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Typically Unique celebrating 5 months with us. Happy Dagoversary to all the meatballs that have jumped in the sauce with us. Just keeps growing and growing and growing. We're going to have to get new pots and pans here soon, folks, to make more room for all these awesome meatballs. Witchy's in the house. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Oh, you like that one? I like that one too. I love those other 2 songs I was playing. I have 3 that I actually put together just to keep you guys entertained until I jump in here. And of course, Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's Dead Floozy Mother, Miss Diane, good to see you today. Grateful to have you all here today. And please, you guys, the Lion's Den, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Please make sure that you guys have subscribed to, again, Typically Unique's channel. Miss Kim does an amazing job over there. I was over there this morning and I enjoyed myself again. She does a great job. And of course, Kathy's Indie Zone, again, does an amazing job. Please subscribe to both channels. Show the support and love that they deserve for doing all the hard work that they do. Very much appreciated. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Miss Donna's in the house. Good to see you, Donna. Welcome back to you. That sounds good. Sounds so good. Crowding the bathroom. Gianna Gambino. Welcome. Yeah, good to see you. SRBBB. Good to see you, dear. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're feeling good this week. Thank you for joining us. Carolyn Prestage, welcome back to you as well. Great to see you. Come on in. We got 48 people in the house as of right now. It says 33 likes. Let's see if we can get that a little closer together to make it match, guys, and get this up in that algorithm. You do nothing and you're great at it. You do plenty, Meg. You help me so much. That's not that you're bull. Have gotten past what tomboy charm. What did she do? I gave you a good cat's name, Cindy Clawford. Oh, good Lord. Their cats are hilarious. The names that they have named their cats, they crack me up. Cindy Clawford, Meowce, Kitty Purry, and there's another one. I always forget it. I don't know why, but they named their cats the most amazing names. I love it. Yes, I hope you're feeling better too, SRB. Well, I hope that goes well for you, Gianna, and be careful out there driving around in the world. Detective Meowery, that's hilarious, man. You guys kill me with that. Pappy Man's in the house. Good to see you, brother. There it is. Cat Benatar. I love it. There it is. Welcome back, Pappy. Good to see you, bro. Always happy to have you here. Come on in, guys. So we're going to review the interview last night that Chris McDonough did with Gary Mercado. With Christy and Steve Goncalves, where Steve makes a statement that really caught me sideways about Bill Thompson. They make quite a few statements about Bill Thompson. He truly puts his feelings out there, as we all know. And he said something that threw me sideways real quick. Like, I was like, wait a minute, what did you just say? And it makes me wonder. It just got me the gears turning. You know how that goes. So yeah, and we're going to discuss that because I think I might be on to something with that. I truly feel that way now. I've told you guys before, I did not believe that the defense went to the prosecution and asked for a plea deal. I've never believed that. And the way they played that out as if they did, I don't think so, folks. I do not think so. Welcome, Miss Charlene. Good to see you today. Great to have you in the house. Because they have no reason to do that. I think it was offered to them, but I do not believe that they asked for it. Fleas Witherspoon. You're killing me. Raven White Paws. Oh my God. You guys are too funny with this. And of course, I love my cats. So I follow a Hurackle Purrit. By the way, good to see you, Witchy. Thank you for being here, dear. That sounds so good. My wife made that Italian chicken noodle soup last night, and y'all, it was beyond good. Very good. It had ditalini in it that you would put in pasta fazool, and tomatoes, garlic, green pepper. It was just not something. And it was kind of like it had what do you call that stuff? The cream, the type of cream. Anyway, it did not sound like it was going to be good. And I had never heard of it before, and it was the bomb. Oh, it was the bomb. I love soup though. That's my thing. Miss Kathy says, I'm interested in learning what there's a growing list. 32 different reasons to throw out that sheet. Why did they give up days away from jury questionnaires going out? Thank you. Thank you. I am too, Kathy. I am truly curious to know what could they have had? What could the defense have had on the prosecution or on Bill Thompson himself that may have made that get put out there? Why would the prosecution offer up a plea deal on a case like this, a death penalty case, when you claim to have the man, you claim to have the answers, you claim that you have no reason to look elsewhere, you claim that you know it all, and you have all this crazy evidence, right? Why would you throw a plea deal out there then? There's something wrong with that. I'm sorry. But I do not believe that there's not. Zupa Descana, another good one. Thank you so much for putting that out there, Tandy. I'm going to have to talk to my wife and see if we can make that next. I love soups. The bomb toy. Absolutely. Yeah, Kathy, I agree with that wholeheartedly. Oh, geez, John, I'm so sorry. You have absolute thoughts and prayers coming from all of us here. I can promise you that. And that's understood, Pappy. It truly is. Caddick, Swayze, Feline Dion. Oh my God, you guys. And I got my plain old just Oliver from Oliver and Company is what we named our cat. My kids were little when he got him. And they loved the Disney movie Oliver and Company, and that's where he got his name. And now all I have is Oliver and Dust Mop in there, Alfred. Oh yeah, absolutely. I was gonna do it yesterday, and I was sorry I had the date or the time wrong. The whole time change thing screwed me up completely. I'm so sorry. This new ISP doc drop shows so many problems with chain of custody. Oh yeah, agreed, Kathy. That was a great video that you put out on that. By the way, we reviewed that yesterday. I don't think you were here. And you did an amazing job with that. And then the video you came out right after that, both amazing videos. And we definitely appreciate what you do with that. And it helps us to see and understand these things 100%. There's so many things that I don't think between you, Miss Potts, Lucy, of course, and a few other creators that are putting things out there. I don't think we would understand this case the way that we do, and see the things that we're seeing in all the red flags if you guys didn't do the content you do. So we do deeply and greatly appreciate everything you all do. Very true. Holy hell in a handbag. 25 months. I know it's way more than that, but happy Dagoversary to you, Miss Tomboy. She's been here with me from the beginning, folks. So that's way more than 25 months. Just like SRBs is nobody's, I don't think, is right. I think if you have been unsubscribed at some point by some chance and then you resubscribe, I think it changes your date. So that's crazy. Meatloaf. That's great. I love it. Meg P. Is Lucy here? No, not yet. I just saw the big screaming pink things and thought that she was here. Yes, many, many prayers for Gianna. Please, all of you. Gianna is a very big and important part of this community and this family. So please, if you will, keep bringing your thoughts and prayers, folks, as we do with everybody that's part of this community. Truly. My mods are getting off topic and speaking to the chat. Oh, no. Oh, no, we can't do that now, can we? Good Lord. Sounds like the idiot, excuse me for this, but the other idiotic creator out there that likes to put my name in his mouth on a regular basis for no reason, but makes complaints about that kind of stuff on a regular basis. So it is what it is. Jealousy is a true thing, I guess. I don't know. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. I think, like I said, we could all be such an amazing team out here as a whole if we all would work together and try to, instead of trying to push against each other. It's ridiculous, you guys. I agree with you. I can't either. You guys know I can't handle him. I can't. But that is true. He did an entire show, guys. It was a few months back. Miss Girl's right about how corrupt University of Idaho is. And he pointed out that the prosecution is way off as well in this case. So I do respect that. That's it. Because there's a lot of things that he's done that I can't handle, but it is what it is. Amen to that one, Moonlit. Amen to that one. No drama, though. I stay away from it, guys, as much as I can. I don't understand it. Maybe they're bored, whatever. It is Gianna, but more power to them. If that's what they need to do to make them feel better, then God bless. That's all I can say. Amen to that one, buddy. Appreciate that. Melissa's in the house. Good to see you, Melissa. Z6R6B. Amen to that. Yes. Come on in, guys. 71 of you guys in here. 47 likes. We're getting there. Keep it going. Miss Denise, welcome back to you today. Good to see you. I hope you're feeling well today. Grateful to see you all in here. Taking time out of your day to spend it with myself. And I do appreciate, I am so very lucky for that. That is absolutely correct, Witchy. Sometimes even people we dislike or disagree with, they or don't respect, share opinions. Amen to that. And I respect them. Welcome, Miss Christina. Good to see you. No worries, Gianna. Samira Dalby, welcome back to you. Wonderful to see you all today. Hope you had a wonderful weekend if I haven't seen you. And again, I hope you're having a great start to your week, guys. Get the fireplace going in the background, keeping it warm in here, although it's really, truly not. It just looks like it's nice and cozy. Come on. 69 peeps now. 53 likes. We're catching up, guys. We'll get started here in just a minute. I just want to make sure everybody's here before we start moving so we don't have to go backwards. That's all. There is a link pinned to the top of the chat if anybody would like to join me to discuss what we review. That's always the option. I'll always love to hear you guys' thoughts, feelings, and opinions in real time instead of just typing in, but not everybody's comfortable, and I get that. Welcome back, Fox. Good to see you today. Don't have a cat, but 3 dogs, Sherlock, Watson, and Agatha. Absolutely amazing names, all 3 of them, and I love it. Agatha Christie is one of my favorite authors. As are the Sherlock Holmes stories. I love those as well. Jazzu, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Partly how I got into true crime was just those stories, along with Agatha Christie for sure, along with the Hardy Boys, Nancy Drew, Encyclopedia Brown, going all the way back to my elementary school days. That's where all that started at. So I have been doing this for a long time, guys, and always have loved some version of crime or mystery. Nothing happens in Moscow, pretty much, until 4 a.m. Exactly. Whoever's backstage, just show me your face real quick for like 3 seconds to make sure. That's just my one rule, if you would, and then you can turn your camera off. You don't have to show your face up here. That's the only rule I have. I've just had some odd things happen, and that's why I have that rule. If not, I cannot. Unfortunately, I can't bring anybody up without that 3-second visual. Just trying to make sure that we're showing faces and no wastes. That's all. People like to do crazy things sometimes. Thank you, SRB. That's it. Show your face and not your waist. Other than that, my apologies. I cannot bring somebody up without being able to see a visual first. Unless you've been up here 1,000 times already, and then I know you very well. That's a different story. But that's a new name for me, and my apologies. Thanks again, SRB. Again, I hope you're feeling better this week. It goes for all of you that have been under the weather. I hope you're feeling just a bit better today. It's like we got 90 people in here with 58 likes now. Awesome stuff, guys. Hit that like button. Share this out and let everybody know what's going on here today at the cafe. I appreciate that so very much. And it looks like we already have 1 out of 5 on our goal. That's awesome. I didn't even get a chance to see who did that. And it probably rolled off way long time ago. Let me see. Will it take me there? Give me a minute. I want to thank you so very much for whoever did that. It's so very generous and amazing. Never expected, but very much appreciate it, guys. That stuff helps keep this show moving daily. I don't see it yet. Oh, okay. There you go. You're good. You're good. You can turn your camera off, hon. All right. Welcome. Thank you. Sorry about doing that. There's been some weird people that come in here and they like to do weird things. And then once it goes up the panel, then you get taken down and it's just a problem. So,
Oh no, I understand. Can you hear me okay?
yeah, you sound awesome, actually.
Oh,
Very well.
thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much for
I'm
joining us.
blocked from the chat. So
Really?
yeah.
Do you have a different name?
No, I'm still the open mind perspectives.
Oh, okay. That's weird.
Yeah, so I haven't been able to say hi to you or anything like that for a while. So that's really all. I just want to just
Okay.
listen, nothing else.
All right. I'll have to look into that. And I appreciate that very much. Great.
Thank you. Thank
Absolutely.
you. That's all I wanted to do is reach out
Sounds
to you. I didn't know how to. Thank
no
you.
worries. Oh, absolutely. Thank you, dear.
Okay, how do I hang up?
Oh, I can pull you down. No worries.
Thank you.
All right, there we go. Thank you very much for that. And Echo was the first one to drop that on the goal. Thank you, Echo, for that. God bless. Very generous and very much appreciated. So very, very generous of you. All right. Let's see here. It says so. My time on there says 3:45, I think, but that's obviously not because it's. I don't know what happened. Something didn't work out right with the time change thing. I think I don't know, but I will. I don't know what. That's weird because it's 2:09 here now. So I'm sorry about that, you guys, if it was confusing. Vivian P, welcome to you. Good to see you. Jennifer Meineke, welcome back to you. Great to have you in the house. And thank you for that. I saw it finally. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Again, Echo, God bless. Very much appreciated. 1 out of 5 already, guys, and we didn't even get the show started. Thank you, Donna. There's weirdos in true crime, huh? Where are they? I don't know. I've never seen that. I'm being sarcastic. All right. Okay. Let's see. Doop de doo doop. Sorry, guys, for the dead air. I was trying to read something and get something ready at the same time. My apologies. Just waiting for everybody to get in here. I believe we're about there, and I will get this moving. Okay. All right, that's ready to go. Daylight time, Idaho 22 was 1 week before the 13th of it. That's what I remember from that. We even talked about that at one point about the daylight savings time and if it affected anything to do with the crime itself and different things within the crime as far as the timeline goes and stuff like that. We looked into it, but I think a lot of this stuff was auto reset. But you never know. Time, body cams and stuff like that. We were curious about that too at one point in time. There's Jen 7. Welcome back, Jen. Good to see you. I was watching something you'd appreciate this morning. I watched the whole, it was really early too, because I was up at 4 a.m. for some reason and I couldn't go back to sleep right away. So I watched the whole documentary on Lane Staley and Scott Weiland. Both of them. Very interesting. Things I didn't know. Yes, it's coming up very, very soon. Echo's correct. 3 years, guys. 3 years already. And still, no absolute truth to this case. It's very sad. The prosecution for the state and Latah County is very happy because they got what they wanted, but unfortunately, we have not. Busy. Well, there's Fizzy. Good to see you. I was wondering where you were. Good to see you, Fizzy. As far as I researched, all they had to do was update time doc. There's Dr. Cams. Okay. See, I didn't know how it worked for that. We did question that back then, though, for sure. Yes. Amen to that one, Tomboy. That is a fact. That is a fact. All right, you guys. Again, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. If anybody wants to join me once we get into this, or whenever, you are welcome to join me to discuss your thoughts, feelings, opinions on the interview, on the different points that they're going to talk about. There are some things I'm going to tell you are going to make you unhappy, folks. They made me. I guess you could call it raging at some point because of things that were stated. I'm sorry, but I have no respect for Gary Mercado at this point anymore for some of the things he's made statements of that are absolute untruth. And there's no basis or foundation to support the things that were stated. It's kind of crazy, but it is what it is. It's going to happen. You know, we can't take one without the other. Welcome, DKM. Good to see you. There's a lot of bad that goes with this that we're going to have to just accept. It will be injected into everything we do. So, no Eddie today. Might be out on it is sunny out. I don't know what their weather's like, but maybe he's on a good bike ride today. Oh, here we go with these hiccup things again. Every time I talk too much, I think that's what it is. Oh, come on. You still have his rant page level yet, like me? Not yet. No, I did this morning. I'll say that. When I watched this thing already, no. 99 of you guys in here already. Come on in. I'm about to kick this off. I think we'll have about everybody we need. Anybody else, we can catch them up if we have to. Miss Vivian said, Chris, Lieutenant Gary and Josh at night. All creeps run. Oh, yeah. Good point, Vivian. Good point. Meanie's in the house. Good to see you, Meanie. Great to see you today. Yes, very much so. And same with McDonough. He did some things in some cases that I absolutely have zero respect for. I'm sorry. I just truly don't. Yeah, Miss Kathy says, I'd like to ask Gary if he feels it's appropriate for MPD to throw the sheath into a paper bag and hand it to two ISP couriers, one who did not sign chain of custody en route to lab. Thank you. I'm sure Gary would have no answer to that either, Kathy. That's the sad part. They will not respond to anything that goes against any part of their narrative. It's very sickening to me to see it. But that's a great question too, Kathy. I agree with you. Great to see you, Meanie. Nope. That was a huge lie just to help himself out. And he did things in other cases that really bugged me. Gabby Petito case, the Summerwell situation. That's where I lost the respect right there. So absolutely 100%. Yeah. Good point, Vivian. Very good question. I agree. That's absolutely correct, Meg. Just because you're a doctor or a detective does not mean you know all. Sorry, not sorry. Guys, we've seen people that are carrying PhDs that have spoken on this case that have made the most outlandish, ridiculous statements. I can't even think of her name, but I can't handle watching her. She's a doctor. She's the one that brought up the whole cannibalism thing. And I was like, are you out of your mind? And people ran with that. That's the thing. Because it was claimed by a doctor. That's what I'm talking about. Just because you have letters behind your name or in front of your name does not mean that you know any more than anybody else, sadly. Even MPD Blaker said the evidence seal in an evidence envelope said that that's how you transport any evidence, much less the evidence, aka a sheath. Right. Welcome, Miss JC. Good to see you, dear. Hope you're having a good afternoon. I agree. That was a disappointment, Witchy, 100%. Yeah, I know. Complete clown, Miss Girl, 100%. All right, you guys. So the first thing, like I said, we're going to jump into is it's a new interview with the Goncalves. Chris McDonough did with Dr. Gary Mercado. So bear with this. This is going to be hard. So you guys will see how it goes. Yes, absolutely, 100%. That's why I shared it with you, Jen. It's very sad stories, both of them. I agree with you as well. Oh, geez. Be careful, Tomboy, please. Dr. Walla, bang, bang, boom. Bang, yes. David Bird, good to see you. Good one, Meg. I love that. That was funny. All right. So again, 1 minute. Let me fix something over here. Just 1 second, guys. Did it work? No? Okay. All right, let's... All right. And I'm doing this just out of respect. But you guys do what you want. There's Miss Bonnie, my love. Good to see you. I hope you're feeling well today. Wonderful to have you in the house. Miss Teresa, welcome back to you. I hope you're having a good day today, Miss Bonnie. Always happy to see you here. Agreed, Jen. I can agree for sure. Thank you for joining us today, Bonnie. Always good to see you here. So I will throw this up, the link to the interview room that produced this video. And again, I thank them for doing what they did. That's as far as I can go with it. So there's the link if anybody would like to subscribe, to join over there. You have that option. It's totally up to you. And I thank them again for helping with what they did. All right, guys, on we go. If anybody needs me to stop, back up, slow down, speed up, whatever, let me know, please. I appreciate it. Same to you, Miss Bonnie. Oh, always hugs, virtual hugs every time we see you. Welcome, Micro. Good to see you today. I agree. I know everybody would say that, but I need to put that out there and give that option, folks. It's up to you. All right, here we go. And we will definitely discuss this throughout and after, during, whatever it works out. We should drink game this. I love it, Witchy. That's great. If I drank still, I would probably be all over that too. Thank you, Gianna. I appreciate that. All right.
You know, I was not aware of a
times. Every time something like this is put into the public arena, and let's say they're not aware of it, then that's like taking them back to day November 13th. It starts all over again. And what that process also feels like, it re-empowers the dirtbag that is responsible for the and I and Dr. B with special guests with.
Sorry, it was jumped ahead for some reason. I took it back to the beginning.
This tonight, as you can tell, we have Steve and Christy Cayley's parents. We have Dr. Gary Bricado, who's the author of The New Evil. And you'll see that he's catching up from his Chinese food that he just finished. And that's the reason we were late. He was running from the subway, I'm sure of it, in Manhattan, up the stairs to get the link. But we're so excited to have Dr. Gary Bricado with us, who's a clinical forensic psychologist. He's also the author of The New Evil. And as the link is below, which is, he also holds the large.
Gary Bricado, JC, he's a psychologist. He's been in multiple different cases for different channels. They've used him. I have issues. His opinion is his opinion. That's all I'm going to say.
Largest study of over 116 years of mass murderers in the world. That's the largest study that's ever been completed. And he is an amazing human being with a.
For those of you that don't know, this is, of course, they're all tagged. Karen is, from my understanding, Chris's wife. And we know who these two are here, of course.
A psychology practice as well in Manhattan.
Is he listed as a profiler? I always thought he was just a criminal psychologist, but so be it.
And so if you're in that area and you need a good doctor, give them a shout out. But more importantly tonight, we have Steve and Christy.
Good point, Kathy. They should be required to take a 20-question quiz on this case before opening their mouths as an expert. Amen to that one. Amen to that one. Good point. Very good point. Circus Music, welcome. Good to see you.
Kaylee Goncalves, mom and dad, back with us this evening. And we are grateful to have you guys here. Thank you so much for trusting Karen and I and Dr. B with.
Yes, I completely understand it, Vivian. It's quite irritating at times when you're trying to understand things, and I understand
your hearts and your story. And we also want to quickly thank our mods, and we have Teresa M, Maui Girl, Mimi J2, Sophia, Miss Sophia, and Laura. Thank you for being here. And who's your puppy? I forget what the puppy's name.
This is Jujubee, and she's definitely she definitely wants some screen time.
Well, we'll try to get her as much as possible. This is
I'm a little upset that she has had to wait this long.
Yeah.
Karen, what are your thoughts? Just kicking us off here this evening.
Well, first we want to welcome back Christy and Steve. Thank you so much for being back here. Gary, it's always good to see you. And thank you everybody for joining us tonight. We hope to have a really good discussion, hear from Christy and Steve, hear what's been on their hearts since sentencing in this case. And we always want to remember the victims, of course. First, their daughter, Kaylee Goncalves, of course, Maddie Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. We're a victim-centered program. We try to be as much as we can. And we want all of you to hear what this family is continuing to go through from their perspective. And we want to be as sensitive as we can in the process as well.
Yeah, and that's why we have Dr. B here tonight to help us walk through some of the situations. As you guys know, just recently, like Friday, as an example, another 2,300 documents dropped into the public domain. And these are the kind of things that, quite frankly, if you are not aware of it, or those of you who have been victims of family members of violent crimes, every time something like this is put into the public arena, and let's say they're not aware of it, then that's like taking them back to day November 13th. It starts all over again. And
Understood completely.
What that
Vivian,
process
absolutely.
also feels like it re-empowers the dirtbag that is responsible for these the whole reason we're having a conversation tonight. And so we'd like to take away that power here in the interview room. And so most recently, well, the first thing I want to say is about your amazing daughter, Olivia. I mean, what a home run at the hearings. What do you want to say about her and what you guys were feeling as you were watching her dismantle, quite frankly, this guy?
I agree, Kat.
I was not aware of Olivia's speech, so it was all new to me. And I had been listening to everybody's speech, obviously up until Olivia. And I just remember
Senior Wazowski.
thinking, oh my gosh, like she's doing amazing. And the way she articulated everything was just so just deep and just really in your face, and you have to hear me. You can't put me out of your head. And I was so proud of her, so impressed with her. She came with that, like she said, I'm not here for me, I'm here for my sisters. And that's what she did, and we were just incredibly proud. And when she was done and sat down, it may be the only time in history that most of the room actually clapped at a victim impact statement. But everybody started clapping, and I was like, are we really?
Yeah, it's very tacky. I've never seen that done in a court hearing anywhere. In my opinion, it's quite tacky.
Clapping here, and I'm like, we're clapping. So Steve jumped up and went over and met her and hugged her. But the courtroom clapped, and we didn't realize the impact of it fully until after we left, and we were just getting messages from all around telling us Olivia blew up the internet. We were like, oh my gosh, we hadn't even had time to look at any of that. For a short time.
Exactly, Kathy. He should have absolutely shut every bit of that down, and he didn't say a word, not one word. once again, I feel that he was working for the prosecution. That's how I put it. Best way to say it.
She did. And it was for Kaylee and it was for Maddie. And we were incredibly proud for that.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Oli- Olivia also recently continued to show her courage and bravery, and she recently sat down with the prosecution by herself. She went there and sat down with them. And just from your perspective, the answers that she got, if she felt like she got answers, how did you feel about just the fact that she did that on her own, but also the outcome of that? Do you feel like she got questions answered, and was she satisfied as much as she could be from that?
Well, the thing is, we've raised girls much like how we raise our son, to be independent, be strong, look at things in a way that you make up your own mind, and you don't just buy what somebody's telling you. So Livy's no different than Kaylee, and when you see her speaking, that's the way that Kaylee would have spoke. That's the way her sisters would have spoke. They're in different parts of their lives where they've been prosecuted for being victims of this crime. We've had kids, we've had our daughters literally go to friends' houses to spend the night, and they find out that they're involved in this case, and they literally say, you can't spend the night here, because they're afraid that there's some kind of thing coming after our family. So they couldn't stay there. So that's why the younger ones have tried to avoid being part of this case as much as possible, just so they can just make their own paths and not be walk into a room and have everyone know who they are and make a decision about who, if they're good or bad. So yeah, our children going through this has been very uplifting, and I think it was the opposite of what this individual who committed this crime. He thought women were weak. He thought women were inferior. They shouldn't have been in his class. They shouldn't have been a part of the whole exercise that he was putting together. And in the end, he had women that stood up in that courtroom they were probably a lot stronger than the men that were in that courtroom. I feel like, and I wish there would have been a little bit more strength in that courtroom, and a little bit more determination, and a little bit more accountability, praising somebody because they call you your honor.
By the way, I have to apologize. There's a dog snoring. You can't stop it. I can't cut it out. It's not coming from me. It's coming from one of them. So you'll hear it here shortly, and it just keeps going. So my apologies, guys.
Is probably the lowest common denominator of something that you should praise. So, we had kids that were raised different, and it showed in that courtroom, and, we were proud of them.
And Olivia made that meeting all on her own. She set that up, and then she, scheduled her flights up here and whatnot. And I said, Dad will go with you. Stephen will go with you. I will go with you. And she said, no, I want to go by myself. So she did go down by herself.
Welcome, Yvette. Good to see you today. Anybody else that's joined us, great to have you guys here. Right, Micro, I know. The dog speaks for us all, 100%.
That's what she wanted to do. I do feel like she found some answers.
Welcome, Hemi. Thanks for joining me today, brother. Appreciate you.
Not all answers, because there really are a lot of answers that they can't answer.
Yeah, they don't have all the truth.
Just so many. And we understand that. It is, that's just something that, our family has to grasp. But I do feel like she has a better understanding. And from what I understand, she did look at.
Welcome, Eminem, Mayhem and Miracles. Good to see you. Can you hear everything okay, Hemisphere? Are you good?
Testing break.
You're good. You're good. Okay. Good deal.
Some of those incredibly hard crime scene photos that
Did she review those? Did she look at those?
she did, and she did.
And
look
she
at
knew that me and Christy didn't want to see those. We didn't want
autopsy
any. That
photos.
was the last memory that we wanted. So it was something that she individually, as a sister, had to do. It was her path of truth. And for us, she was like, my parents don't need to be here for me. This is something I can walk on my own and cross these paths, because there were certain things that to her wouldn't be complete unless she did them. And that's what that meeting was about.
Yeah.
You know, and just for the record, that's the puppy snoring.
Yes.
And
I'm
the dog-
sorry.
Should be.
No,
No,
you're
it's
fine.
adorable. We love it.
Adorable. It just, again, it shows us, I think Kaylee's here in the room, you know, and she's probably got that puppy working, you know, overtime here for us. So we, you know, God bless
She
her.
loved dogs.
She
Oh,
loved
that's
girl.
okay.
All the way up to Murphy. I mean,
Yes.
when she left our family, that was a missing part of her, was like, I'm so used to having a dog. I'm so used to having this family that we have, where I have these siblings. We don't go to bed at night by ourselves. We're watching a movie. We're having popcorn. We're doing all those things. So she got Murphy as a thing. And we're like, no, girl, you're not in a place in your life where you can have this big dog. And she was like, I can do it. I can make it
work.
happen. I'm making a good amount of money. I can pay for this dog. I can take care of it, Dad. And I was like, time and energy, commitment, you know, because we love dogs. But she did it. She pulled it together, and just a little insight on the person that they were. You know, you can see people through their actions more than their words. And what she was doing with that dog kind of shows what kind of a person she was.
Yeah, no question about it. So I'm curious, how about you guys? Let's kind of level set a little bit further for our conversation tonight. How are you guys doing? I mean, just in general.
You know, speaking on like just being an onlooker looking in on Steve, like I think a lot of times you don't see yourself from the plea. We'll go to the plea. When the plea happened until now, initially Steve just spiraled so bad after the plea deal. Like I saw a person that I had never seen. You know, just the anger in him just was incredible. Like he had no patience. He was just so short. And I mean, I was praying to God. I was just like, please, like, let this not be like the new him. Like whatever this plea deal has, it has, brought out something in him that, you know, you don't want to bring out. And it was through, you know, even the sentencing, but those times were very, very hard. And I really just felt like now's my time that I need to stand up and I need to be here for my husband as he had been for me through everything. You know, I felt like I had almost like failed him to a point that I just took. And here I saw like the struggle when it came down to the end, and how it was so important for the end to have been differently. And I just really felt like I needed to step it up and just support him and understand him and tell him how I knew he was feeling, and his feelings were valid. The anger, you know, at the prosecution, it was just this whole spinning out of control with no control. When you have absolutely no control, when, you know, we try to keep things in control in our lives, like most people do. You want to have a sense of, you know, obviously everything you can't control. There's things that come from the outside, but for the most part, we have control of our lives. And to have every aspect of your life just completely out of control is so hard. And just so hard to navigate those days, those roads. And, you know, and then we went to court on that plea, and he would not enter that building, you know, and I thought up until the moment I would be able to change his mind, and he would walk in there with me. And he just was like, no, I don't agree with this. I am not going in. And, we went in by ourselves. It was just a huge,
So when you lose a
Mm.
child, you need a prosecutor that represents the family, represents your child, represents what you like. It's very personal. He's defending my daughter, and he defended her like a weak coward. That man doesn't deserve Kaylee. He doesn't deserve that representation. And to align myself with him and that team was just
Absolutely. A person who also did not have control, ISB Detective Jeffrey Talbot did not have control over the crime scene, which was treated like Grand Central, 100%. 50 people in and out. Absolutely, Kathy. Good point. Very good point. So here we go. Shots fired already. And this is something you have to expect. And I do agree with him. This is one thing I absolutely agree with Steve with. This is where you need to listen close to the way he states something here coming up. And it made me start thinking deeply, folks. Very interestingly. By the way, welcome Robert and Hemisphere again. Thank you to both you guys for joining me today. I appreciate you both.
I have a quick thing to say.
Oh, sure. Go ahead. Sorry.
One of the documents states that Jack Showalter had an interview with ISP.
Mm-hmm.
And in that interview, he states that the victim's family members were messaging people before the news found out about the murders. And
yes,
they found out through the pledge class about the murders. Could that have been taking place around the time Dylan was texting in Snapchat?
It could. It could. It very well could have. That's a good point, Robert. Good point. Very good point. Absolutely. There's been talk about that through the whole thing. Sorry about the echo. I pulled it down. I thought I fixed that, but I guess not. So, yeah, I can agree with you that that's very interesting. And I remember that being pointed out, and I have my questions about it, truly.
So could
Very much do.
So could Jack West validated all of our concerns about the murders being talked about before the police and before the news?
In that aspect, yeah.
Because he did state the family members of the victims were texting before as well, before the news even found out.
Absolutely. That is 100% correct. Good point, sir. Very good point. Yeah, we're going to break this down completely after the fact, guys, and talk about that and anything else related to it. So I appreciate you all being here.
See, Dago, this is where I'm going to have an issue with Steve. He's going to sit up there and going to bash Bill Thompson.
Right.
Knowing damn well he lied all the way through to him and everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
If they lied,
good point,
so much to them about the way their daughter was killed,
right,
and all the victims, who's to say they didn't lie about Brian Koberger? Good point. They also lied about him, and still to this very day, we all know they have not proven Brian Koberger did this.
Mm-hmm.
So far as we are concerned, the real killers that actually did it is still walking around.
Of course. And Steve admitted at some point, too, to telling lies, to leaking, and to asking people to spread information that wasn't true. That came out of his own mouth. So there's that, too, okay, about Brian Koberger and about the situation. So, I feel for them. I do. And don't get me wrong. I truly feel for them for going through what they've gone through. God help anybody ever has to do that. Should never. Okay. But that in turn doesn't mean that you come out and do the things that have been done because of that situation. That's not how this is handled, you guys. I mean, everybody can say nobody knows how they'd handle themselves. I can tell you right now, I wouldn't do what has been done. I wouldn't. That's just a fact. So I don't understand it. I don't understand it. It's insane.
So it's just like when I hear him bitch about his issues with Bill Thompson, that's what comes through my mind. I said, well, you know what? That's not just what he lied to you about.
Right.
He also lied about you in other things too.
Mm-hmm.
He lied. They lied to everybody.
Right.
So I don't really give two shits about how you feel about Brian Kohlberger. Actually, at the end of the day, it's not where it's coming from. Where I'm coming from with it.
Yeah,
right?
I understand it. I understand
I
it.
mean, he's a grown man. He stood up and he took blame for it. Regardless of how I feel about it, he took the plea.
Right.
But the parents are in control of this issue here. They have power over this.
Mm-hmm. They very much do in that aspect. I agree with you.
This is not true justice to Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, or Dylan, or
not at all. No, there's been no justice served whatsoever. You are absolutely correct.
So sitting there just bashing on the prosecutor. Okay, we all know you wanted to get in front of him in the hearing and have that what your son said right at the end to the prosecutor himself, right, in front of God and everybody in front of the court. But that didn't happen.
I believe that they didn't allow that. I think that's why Steve Jr. didn't do it until they left the building.
Now, I was hoping they was going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So all this, I took it more of a stress reliever myself. I mean, God, these parents has gone through hell. Let them have their time and let them get it all out in front of Brian Kohlberger. I get it. I understand that totally.
Right.
What I don't understand is you sitting there bashing on the damn prosecutor, calling him every name in the book, thinking that's all he lied to you about. He lied to you about everything, man.
Everything. That's the problem right there. Is you were lied to from day one. Welcome, Terry. From day one about everything from start to finish. You should be upset about that. You should be looking at these reports, these documents, everything, and saying, "What in the hell? Why?" And you should be questioning all of that. You should be looking at these other two roommates and saying, why? But you're not. That's what nobody seems to understand here. It's not that nobody's not supporting what they've been through, folks, because that's not it. I can promise you that every one of us in here feels the exact same way. Tandy, don't work too hard, hon. Thank you for being here. And welcome, Terry. Thank you for being here with us today, hon. I appreciate you. Typically, thank you so much for the super chat.
You're
behind, I hope, as the interviews and docs coming. I hope he does too. And God bless for the super chat. Typically, no need to do that, but so very much appreciated. But yeah, guys, all of these things should be being, in my opinion, welcome, Jules. All these things should be being approached and spoken about, but they're not. They never have been. And I know they have access to be able to see the same things we do. If we're questioning these things, if we're seeing the red flags, why are you not? Why are you not making statements about this? That's my biggest question with this, truly.
And the thing about this is they didn't even get Kaylee's autopsy report till the day of that hearing.
They told us that they were not given anything that they wanted. They were told that they have to FOIA everything. You're not going to the Department of Justice with all this saying, hey, this is not how this works. Why is this happening? Why? I would be. I'd be complaining and filing against everybody because of how this went down, but nobody did. Explain that to me, somebody.
And he was giving the police high fives, basically.
Yes, absolutely. You're right. Terry's right, guys. That he has said police they've worked their butts off. I know they worked hard, his exact words, and you're going at the prosecution and then they're talking about Judge Hippler. They're talking about Bill and Ashley and everything they've done. You need to be looking at law enforcement as well, my friend. I'm just saying.
And see, just like all we've been told is that Kaylee and Maddie went to the grub truck after the corner club. Well, one of the documents, which was the ISP interview with Jack Showalter, Jack Showalter stated they were going to go to John's Alley after the corner club.
Exactly.
But instead they went to the grub truck instead. and they got into a silver car, and he thought it was a friend of theirs because from the way he stated, the private driver was already off duty at 2 a.m.
Yeah, and here I want to say something. I watched Jules last night, guys, because we watched that extra extended new video that came out with the grub truck, where the car is it looks blue or dark gray or something. Jules said she believes it is that the silver color they're claiming it to be because she had a vehicle that looked that way in these cameras and lighting as well, but it's more of like a gunmetal gray, and it's listed as silver. So understand that, because a lot of people went, what the hell, that's a blue Prius, that's not a gray or a silver car. Maybe it's the way you see it. Maybe it was like I don't know, it's not silver. It didn't look silver to me, so I'm just saying it's a darker color. It looks that way. Jules is saying that it looks that way because of the shitty cameras and the lighting. Okay, I mean, I trust her, I do. Maybe that's true. Okay, I don't know, but that's just, it's still interesting. I'll just put it that way. So it does definitely look darker. Yeah, Joe Vito said it was a blue car. I do remember that too. Good point, Vivian. So I don't know, you guys. I just wanted to throw that out there along with that statement. So
yeah, Brett Payne. Brett Payne's also stated that the orange street lights will make a car look darker compared to just like the white regular street light.
And that's probably what's going on there, possibly. If it's, like I said, if it's a gray, it can be listed as silver being a gray, and then with lighting, it can change it to look different. It doesn't matter. The point is, I don't think that's a big important part of this. I really don't, unless we come into another situation with another
it is, though, Dago. I mean, I think it is, because it takes us back to where we questioned for months on end, private driver or Uber driver, which one? You guys can't get it together. Steven.
Well, he is an Uber driver, but he was on the clock, off the clock. That's the thing. He works for Uber, and he also does things like without having to give them their percentage on his own. So that could be why.
So is that that doesn't make sense? Is he Uber driver, or is he? Because if he's working for Uber, he's going to have to pay Uber whatever they get.
That's what I'm saying. I've talked to somebody. One of my kids' friends works for Uber. They do the same thing. Like when you're on the clock with Uber, you're working for Uber. When you're off the clock, like, and they even said at some point that he was like in between working for him. He can go on the clock, off the clock, and at that time you're just getting paid cash in hand or with your card, however they're doing
that
it.
Doesn't sound very safe.
It's not legal. It's not legal at all, but it does happen. So just saying.
But good people. I mean, if you remember, Olivia said, "Oh yeah, good private driver, good people."
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, we don't even know who drove him home.
There's questions about that. Yes, I do agree with you. There's definite questions about that now at this point. And there's been questions about who Eric Gower or Grower is. I had somebody that approached me here in my own channel and said that this is not this guy. They're saying that it's somebody else. That's always been a question. I have no way to prove anything other than what we're shown, so we don't know. You know what I mean? So that is another good point. I agree with that. Welcome, Pro Being Proud. Good to see you, Jay Gamble. Welcome. Jay Gamble says they pay using Venmo. That's what I thought. Like your own between. If you do a private situation that's not through Uber, you can just say, "Hey, send me $25 and we're square." You know what I mean? That kind of thing. So.
And if he wasn't working, then why would Dylan call out to him and ask him if he was working?
Well, here's the thing. I have to question about that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think if there was that whole little get together at 2 a.m. in Kaylee's room that was in Hitler's affidavit, where Kaylee and Maddie and Dylan and Bethany all got together, which I doubt now because I don't think Bethany was there at that point, but I could be wrong. Anyway, and said, "How'd you get home? Where'd you get the food? Blah, blah, blah." Well, Gower brought us home and we stopped at the grub truck. That could be the whole way that went down. That could be how that happened. And because she supposedly sent a message, "Are you still working?" Because I think they said they were going to go get food and then change their mind. So that could be how that all came about, guys. That's all I'm saying. If you put it together kind of logically, in a sense, I guess that would be it. But in the docs, like typically says he's clocked out. So he's doing a private situation with them and he's charging them whatever. I still don't like the guy because he seems creepy to me, some of the stuff he does, giving the girls alcohol and talking about his wife the way he did, stuff like that.
check his Facebook. Well, it's not out there. It's been wiped, but his Facebook page was eerie as ever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the types of like weird weapons and
Yeah, the guy's definitely a little different. I'll say that for sure. Gamble said that's where the $6 Venmos came from. That makes sense. Thank you for that. It does, truly. So, yeah, hey, Social, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Wonderful to have you here. The girls met in Kaylee's room, where Kaylee and Maddie were furiously attempting to contact Jack, or Maddie and Bethany took Murphy out. How many stories are out there? Exactly.
I know. That
Thank
is
you.
so true. Thank you, Kathy.
That's the point, is we've been told for each situation, truly, think about this, guys. There's multiple situations, okay? Multiple little stories in this case between different people. And we have been told probably 3 to 4 different stories for each little situation. That's a very good point, Kathy. 100%. And that is why we are all sitting here going, okay, what's next? Boy who cried wolf, boy who cried wolf, boy who cried wolf, boy who cried wolf. Because that's all it is, folks.
Oh, don't
How many
forget that
times-
Maddie was downstairs dancing with Murphy.
Kaylee, you mean?
I mean, Kaylee, sorry.
I agree. There's things that have happened in this case that they haven't told us. I think Xana was in the kitchen. I think part of the crime happened in the kitchen. I think that there's a lot of things that have been twisted, turned, and flipped, and we all know that at this point. And they're never, ever going to tell us the truth because of the guy right here that was in, and that's, understand that. This guy with the white beard controlled every bit of this. Everything that has happened, that man has controlled this. 100%, folks. The prosecutor in Latah County absolutely had total control, since that's the word of the day, full and total control over everything that happened in this case. Remember that. Okay?
University did well.
And now, yeah, the university's involved as well, but every decision that was made, it had to go through him before anything could happen. Remember that. That's where the problem lies, okay? That's where the problem lies. And he controlled law enforcement. He controlled the beforehand, after, everything, guys. He controlled it all. Welcome, Local Last. Good to see you today. So, again, remember that. That's important. But we're about to get to some statements that Steve makes here, guys, that I want to see who catches it. I truly do. On we go. And again, thank you guys for joining me up here today. I appreciate you all 3 of you very much.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you
And
for having
your
me.
input as well. Welcome, Tammy C. Good to see you. Beach Babe, welcome to you.
I did it because I had no choice. I would have sold everything that I had to go buy my own prosecutor. If I could have just had Shannon Gray in that room and prosecute for us, I tried to do that. I tried to be my own prosecutor. I literally was like,
It doesn't work that way.
save the state of Idaho, all this. Kaylee, and I wasn't asking the other families to be it. You get the death penalty over one murder. Let's not act like you had to have all the families on one page. One murder gets you the death penalty in Idaho. And he played that, and he played the families against each other. He didn't tell us what happened to Ethan. We didn't know any details about him. We didn't even know the details about any of the other victims. So to have the totality, to ask us to go forward and say, do you want to make a plea deal, and not give us the totality, not give us the common respect of what this individual did, just showed me what a low character man this prosecutor was, such a low character person that he was going to subdivide us and put us in silos and then ask us to make a decision that literally held him accountable for everything he did without the facts of everything he did. He purposely lied to us. He purposely manipulated us. And that was unacceptable for me. And I let him know that. That man knows where I stand. And it put me in a spiral. It put me in an anger-filled spiral because I had somebody who manipulated all the families and got what he wanted, which was the weakest way to deal with this killer. He didn't stand up to a bully. He caved into him. He negotiated with him. He asked him for terms. He took all the strength that he could have had and he gave it away, and he groveled. He got on his knees. He begged for this guy to literally do this plea deal. And
boom, right there. He begged for this guy to take this plea deal. Wow, folks. Wow. Okay? Wow. Remember that.
It's disgusting. And he just let us down. And we hope to fix the story when it's all said and done. But today it is what it is. And we do these kind of interviews to let people know what he wanted, which was the weakest way to deal with this killer. He didn't stand up to a bully. He caved into him. He negotiated with him. He asked him for terms. He took all the strength that he could have had and he gave it away, and he groveled. He got on his knees. He begged for this guy to literally do this plea deal. And it's disgusting.
And that is why I titled this today the way I did. What does the defense, or did the defense, what were they holding over the prosecution's head, folks? There has to be something. Now, you know that when Steve gets angry, he says things that he probably shouldn't. But there it is, folks. That's a boom. I'm sorry, but it is. That means something to me. And I'm telling you, it made me start thinking deep. I think the defense knew. Okay? And that's where this plea deal came from. I'm telling you, there is something that they were holding over their head. There's something that they knew. I give it all to Ann Taylor. She knew something. And that's what was happening.
Well, she knew a lot. I mean,
I'm just generalizing it, Terry, is what I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's where that comes from, in my opinion, you guys. And it just kind of clicked when he said that. I went, oh, shit. Okay. That is a huge statement, is my opinion. So there's more to come. Not as much, but thought that was the biggest thing stated in this entire interview.
And he just let us down. And we hope to fix the story when it's all said and done. But today it is what it is. And we do these kind of interviews to let people know where we stand.
Oh, very respectful for sure. I mean, there's nothing that I can say that Karen could say, evident of the fact, we've not been in your shoes with such the violence that you've had to hear about towards your daughter, and then to feel, to your point, the betrayal in relationship to how everybody handled it. From the get-go, Karen and I were saying from the beginning, and Dr. B, when we first started thinking about the perpetrator, right? We thought, okay, well, this guy's going to be, whatever he was. Okay. And it turned out, that we were correct. And then you get a DA, who stands in there and, right after the problem, he's on a media tour with huge smiles on their faces here, as an example. He's crying in the courtroom. And then, of course, you had that emotion, coming from the judge simultaneously. And I have to be honest with you, in my experience in the justice system, I'd never seen anything like it, ever. And I think in the fact that you are defending your daughter, starting with the first round fired from Olivia, and the way she carried herself for your family, but in totality, the way your whole family has carried yourself, and quite frankly, other family members, of course, from the other victims. Okay. But now we're into reality here. The cameras have faded,
Exactly, Moonlit. We're going to talk about that.
The holidays are coming. The birthday just went past. Okay. And everybody's going, okay, well, what's the next case? Well, guess what? There is no next case for Steve and Christy. and Ethan's parents and Maddie's parents and Xana's parents. There is no next case. It is this case. Okay. And it will forever be this way. And my personal opinion is the system through the district attorney's office and the school they treated you incorrectly and disrespectful as a family of a violent victim of a violent crime. I mean, Gary, what say you? I mean, chime in here.
Well, I've been gathering a lot of thoughts as I'm listening to all of this. I mean, I think it's important to go back to one of the most basic principles at the center of the profile that we presented before there was even an arrest of the killer in this case, which is that this is a person who would live a restricted mechanical existence because he was a control freak. And that kind of person would be frustrated that there was one thing in the world that he couldn't reduce to a science, which is how to get people to like him, to pay attention to him and like him and find him attractive and interesting, and became increasingly furious at women about that and their power and so forth. And I think the trouble is that everything that happened with him in the legal case colluded with the process of giving him a way of asserting control and feeling that the whole world was paying attention to him. And it's unfortunate that the people that were involved in that matter didn't take into consideration that you didn't want to reward anything that he did by giving him that. That's what was so beautiful about Olivia getting up and slamming him, because having a young, gifted, intelligent, attractive woman knock him like that reset the control game and basically said, even now, you're not getting it. You're not getting it. Sorry. And I think it's what if she hadn't done it? Then where would the control lie right now? So I think that it's very beautiful that she got up and did that. And I think by doing that, she gave a voice to precisely who it is that this killer was trying to snuff out in the world. And I think in addition to that, I mean, I'd like to hear if you guys agree with this, but I think even now you see these pathetic attempts to still control everything, to be the center of attention, to manipulate. And it's all one big giant domination and control game. And I like that you guys say, absolutely not. It's never going to happen. And Chris, Karen, do you see what I mean about this control game that's to still be going on? I mean, Christy, Steve, doesn't it feel that way?
If you guys notice, everything Bricado says, he needs to have an approval from everybody. This is not somebody that a psychologist shouldn't care what somebody else thinks, but he's got to have approval from all them on everything he makes a statement on. He reaches for their approval, all of them. It's kind of sickening, folks, to watch this. It's gross. Just saying. You'll notice it.
Yes. And we're so over it. We're just so over it. Hearing him complain about, I want to be moved to this other cell, like literally requesting to be moved to another cell, or denying just recently our restitution. Okay, is it really about money? Everybody knows he's never going to pay a single dime. So why do they care if that's like the most astronomical number in the world? What if it's $1 million? Who cares? But it just is like that control, that, denying our restitution, wanting to argue and fight over that. He's not getting his banana. This guy over here is bullying him and saying rude things to him. It just goes to show that he feels like he is on the top. He controls it all.
Let's not forget that this man is autistic. Everybody keeps throwing that out the window like it doesn't exist. But let's keep that into perspective, folks.
And I'm done with his narrative. I'm done.
Here's another thing too is, as America, we need to understand that our schools and our colleges are so far radicalized that they can let a person like this feel like he can control the room. He can control, and he controlled every classroom that he ever was in. And he was harassing women like an absolute monster. And they literally just said, well, he's doing it articulate. He's smart. He's intelligent. The way that he harasses you isn't simple enough for us to just kick him out of the room. So all you women are going to all have to come together and come and form a unified message before we will honor the fact that we think he's actually behaving this way. And that's what we've been dealing with. We've been dealing with this bully in a classroom, and he's been doing it his whole life, where they were like, oh, he wants to be in the police academy, go put him in the HVAC. He can't be around these girls. Well, why does he even want to be a part of your school? If you got a really bad human being in your rankings, get rid of him. Don't go send him off.
Once again, let me point out to something that none of those reports came out to the public until Brian had became a suspect. Please remember that as well. That is what bothers me so badly about those stupid ass reports that were put out to the world. Okay? Because people are so blind as to not understand when somebody's just different for whatever they're and it bothers me so badly because I have a child that's the same damn way. Okay? Because he's different, that means he's a monster, because he doesn't know how to interact with people correctly, because he's on the spectrum. This is sick. And it's bullying, folks. It's pure bullying, in my opinion. I'm sorry. And I want to hear what every one of these people have to say, except for Karen, because it's not her fault. Okay? When it comes to the table and it's proven that this man didn't do this, not a fucking thing is going to be said. Excuse my language, but it pisses me off.
To be somebody else's problem. This guy was just pushed all the way up to where he came to Washington. This guy had been problems his whole life.
But they just chalked it up to, oh, he's just so brilliant. He's just so smart. This is this brilliant mind that doesn't think like others. And, he's socially awkward. So we can't discriminate against him. And so the lines are blurred.
Red flags were everywhere.
Yeah, red flags were there, but the lines were blurred. So it made it difficult. I don't know, but it's just not acceptable.
Every building the guy walked into, it sounded like it was painted red.
Yes.
Right. Forget the flags.
I think women have a natural instinct when they see somebody who looks at them from, I think you're attractive and I like you, to, no, this guy's looking at me differently. He's looking at me like prey. There's certain guys that give off a vibe that's like one of the people that made a police report was like, I see 300 or 400 people a day, and I've never made a police report before, but this guy.
I want to see the date the police report was filed. That's what I want to see.
Looked at me and behaved in such a manner that is so in her instinct. This guy is different. He is hunting me. He is a psychopath. And she went and like I said, 300-400 people a day through this coffee shop, just handing out coffees all day long. And I guarantee you there's inappropriate men flirting with her, doing different things, but it was BK. It was this guy. The way he looked, something in her said, I'm making a police report. I'm going to make a police report on this guy. And I think we got to start listening to these people that make these reports and stop, saying it's your word versus theirs. This stuff starts, the totality of these things start adding up.
Well, it's very interesting because on the day of the impact statements, I was on a news program and I referred to the killer as being alien, as having an almost alien consciousness, like when you're with him. And it was pointed out to me, I was reminded that your daughter had used the same term about him when giving the impact statement. And I think what people are picking up on is that robotic lack of compassion and kind of almost scientific detachment that this person has. And I think you feel that, particularly very emotional people, children, even animals can pick that up. When they're around a person, they get the ick, but I think most people would have around him, unless you mistook him for just being super intelligent, and that's why he was.
This guy has a doctorate and you're going to call an autistic person an alien. Yeah, you're a professional, you fucking idiot.
cerebral and weird, you know. But the other thing I would say is that underneath whatever psychological interpretations people.
I'm going to apologize ahead of time because there's some things I may say that's not my typical language. This has gotten me so bent out of shape, folks. I'm just being honest with you guys, okay? So please excuse me ahead of time.
Make of what motivated this guy. I think at the center of it was this incredible envy, an envy of people who were happy and beautiful and had people around them without having to manipulate them into doing it. And I think, you know, every time you guys talk and the families are together and so forth, and the world sees how much you love each other, how much you loved your daughter, I think that's the thing that gets most under his skin, is that this is a person who doesn't understand that you can't kill that. It's not possible to snuff that out. And I think it just maddens him. So you just keep doing that, you know, keep loving each other, because at the center of it is a almost diabolical hatred of other people's happiness and having to destroy it, you see. And it reminds you almost of the biblical ideas about the devil, right? The idea being that the point is you destroy what you don't have, you destroy it. And when he goes around insulting women, you almost want to say to him, who are you convincing that women aren't that great? Is the idea that because you can't have one, you have to make yourself think that they're not that desirable? So you say, I don't care that no one wants me?
Which he's never done. He's never done that. He can have one. He has had girlfriends. What about you, Mercado? Where's your girlfriend, your wife? Do you have one? I mean, this guy is a creep, folks. I'm sorry. But that's not at all what Brian ever... He's not an incel, folks. It's been proven. An incel doesn't sit down between two women that have a boyfriend and still try to put himself out there to him. That's not an incel, okay? So once again, yeah, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like he's projecting, Jay. I agree with you.
See, that's the idea. It's like he's convincing himself. And, you know, he protests too much in that sense, right? So I think the point is to make to kind of convince himself that if he can't have one, it doesn't matter. He doesn't want one anyway. See, yeah. But he can't. So, but Chris, Karen, what do you guys think about that?
I think you're right.
There he is again, asking for the approval of what he says. Everything the man puts out today, it's in this interview, he has to receive their approval for it. Where did you get your PhD at, my friend? I want to see, or did you just buy paper and print it yourself? Because I've never seen a doctor do that before in my life. Ever.
Maybe a Cracker Jack box.
I wouldn't even give it that at this point. I've never seen anyone with psychology, psychiatry, any of that kind of degree behind them ask for approval on their synopsis of a situation ever. This is insane.
On target as always. And what's disgusting is, you know, Christy and Steve are 1,000% correct. I mean, the system shortchanged them by empowering the defendant and not the victims' families, because the victims' families speak for the victims. Because, you know, it's obvious, okay, that when Olivia got up there, she was speaking as if Kate.
Don't get me wrong, you guys. I did too. Long time ago, nothing half-assed. I agree with you. She said, I used to respect Gary because of Ann, female mindhunter, but if he can't see Chris McDonough for who he is and the 14-year-old that he wronged, thank you for bringing that up. That's what made me disgusted with McDonough. Sorry, I almost said it the other way. But anyway, that's a fact. Nothing. Absolutely a fact. I just, oh God, this is pissing me off again. I watched this earlier and last night. I get pissed every time I watch it, you guys. Never fail.
Haley was right there. And now mom and dad have to pick that torch up. But what people don't understand, what these DAs always, not all of them, but a lot of them forget, okay, is this never goes away. You know, they move on in their careers. Like I said earlier, you know, they go on their, you know, journalistic tours and they, you know, give happy faces and high five everybody Okay. But here we're sitting with a family tonight who I guarantee you in a half hour or in an hour, something is going to remind them of Kaylee, something. And it does not go away.
That's a huge point, Meowdy. Love your name, by the way, and welcome. That's an ethics violation to say such things about someone they never evaluated. Thank you for that. That's a great point. Very good point. And a huge, huge observation. I agree with that one. Thank you.
You know, Karen and I, who, as you know, both of you, all of us, we lost a son, not through violence. Ours was an accident. So they're not comparable in nature outside of the fact that we each are in that club that nobody wants to be in. Okay?
Yeah.
Totally different, though. However, we understand that principle of, oh, wait, I hate Christmas sometimes.
All right, Meg, I didn't see it till now.
Because that was my son's favorite holiday. You know, I'm not really feeling it maybe this year, you know, and now we're 21 years into this, and your journey is 4 years into this already. Okay. Three plus years. Okay. Into this already. But the pain that you feel every time somebody stands up in the courtroom and says, well, Your Honor, we want to have a hearing about this restitution stuff. Okay. And then, you know, you're going to go before this guy, okay, who was so moved in the case. I think one of the most disgusting things I ever heard in my time on this earth is when the judge leaned back to Ted Bundy and told him, you know, Mr. Bundy, you're a bright, articulate individual, and I would have loved to have you, you know, in front of my courtroom as a lawyer, but you chose a different path. Really? Really? You know?
Thank you.
And so you
Stop right there.
Yes, sir. Welcome, Krista.
Hey, guys.
That is such a full of shit that he just said about Bundy.
Well, he threw that in on purpose, you guys, because Brian has been compared to Bundy through this entire thing, in which he's nothing like. But that he did that on purpose right there. He's done it before. He has compared Brian to Bundy more than probably 4 or 5 different times. Okay. That's why he did it.
I understand this. At the time of that hearing, Bundy was in college. He was wanted to be in law enforcement or attorney.
Right.
Up to that point, he was having his own. He did his own case, right?
Yes, he did. Yes, he
And
did.
everything that he did impressed that judge to say that to him.
Yep. Absolutely. But
To
that's why
to say something without knowing the facts behind it makes you look stupid. I'm just saying it the way it is.
I get it.
Bundy, he is regarded as a prolific serial killer of all time. There's a reason for that, because at his time, he was killing more people that they couldn't even, still to this day,
There's people that haven't. Yeah, they don't know everybody. You're right. And I agree with this real quick. Nothing half-assed going along with what you're saying, Hemisphere. She said, I don't get what was wrong with that statement. He said that he had potential, but chose the wrong path. That's an absolute fact, because Bundy did have potential. He could have been a really good, decent attorney, great person, but he chose the wrong path. And there we sit. So it is a good statement. So Chris, once again, chew on your tongue some more, my friend, please.
You know what my problem was? Is that he said he brought him up, like what you just said. Why did he need to bring Bundy
Because he's done
up?
it every time, Terry, because they keep he's pushing that propagandic narrative 100% about Brian to keep it all He's ass kissing is what he's doing. Okay. Oh, but he's
Right.
like Ted Bundy. He's just like Ted Bundy, folks. He's just acting just like Ted did, and shut up.
Nothing
It's
like
stupid because he's nothing like him.
Nope.
Anyway, so go ahead, Hemisphere. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Just
And I was going to stop you earlier, but you kind of, went off on that, dude.
I can't help
Had
it.
this case been investigated the right way,
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
and we did not have the speculation around Brian Koberger like we did around this whole case, the impact statements of what their daughter said would have been 10 times more than what it was.
Agreed. Yes, and David, you're right. There was actual evidence against Bundy, as compared to this case, nothing. And yes, I agree with you, Hemi. I 100%, dude. You're right.
It's like Bundy had a dark side about him that he tried to keep away from everybody that was closest to him.
Mm-hmm.
That part of him is what that judge was saying. If you was not this evil person, you could have had a great career being a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
Because Bundy was smart.
Very smart. Too smart. Yes.
Very smart.
100%. And if he would have chose any other path, the man could have been something of super importance. But he went that direction, sadly. And there it is. You know what I mean?
It wasn't until right at the end when he realized that he was not going to get away from that death penalty that he actually started to confess of all his murders.
Yes.
But no, all these murders that he did earlier in his career, he couldn't remember.
Right. There were so many of them. That's true.
We're talking about didn't go near over 100 females.
Right. What's up, AR? Good to see you, brother.
In his career that he has killed.
Absolutely.
He only confessed to, I think, maybe about 30 to 40 daggone.
Something like that. Yeah. But there's so many that it's unbelievable facts. And like I said, Brian, there's no proof that he killed anybody ever in his life.
Thank you.
None.
Not, and then when did he do it for it once?
You cannot compare somebody that there's never been proven that he's committed a crime to somebody that's killed 300, 400 people, guys. That's like apples and oranges, completely different.
Different
and
time.
he says it because he always says it. Sorry, Krista, go ahead.
That just doesn't make any sense. He didn't. Brian allegedly did this all at once. One person did this. You got 4 bodies, 3 floors, 3 minutes. One person. It doesn't equal.
It didn't happen. It didn't happen.
And that's another thing. If they want to think this guy, these interviewers out in their names, I can't stand them, but I was watching it. If they want to think that Brian did this, okay, well, they still have an obligation to get the rest of the other people involved in this murder, because obviously he's by himself.
Yes, right. And show us.
Exactly.
Show us how he did it. Period.
Exactly. And there's no how.
They're not ever going to show us how he did it because they can't. That's the same reason why they never asked him. They pulled some bullshit lie that Judge Dipshit threw out there and said, well, we can't ask him to allocute because it would just be, I wouldn't believe him. He'd be a liar. Why would we believe him? And say, no, you're full of shit. You can't ask him to allocute because he didn't do it. And you know that. You know that he can't give you the details of the crime because he didn't do it. And you know that. That's exactly why that didn't happen.
But they believe him when he pleads guilty, though. They believe that.
Of course, convenient. Convenience is amazing. Isn't the convenience amazing with that? Yes, it is.
He's a womanizer. He's controlling. He runs the room, but he's an incel and he's awkward and he doesn't get women and he's this and he's that.
They've never shown proof of any of that, Krista. None of it.
He's not ugly. He had women before.
I've said it before. He had a girl that wanted to be with him that he said, "Nah, I'm sorry, I'm not interested." He's probably more worried about his studies, his career,
and staying clean,
and staying, worrying about his life. That's 100% fact. Okay, so stop calling him an incel. He's not an incel. He wasn't a stalker. None of that stuff. It's all been proven wrong. So shut up and sit down. That's all I'm saying.
Crazy. I don't know who. I don't know why they're so deluded. Like, if you can say Brian did it, but like you're not making sense when you're saying with everything that goes on. He tried to snuff out the love, and I'm like, what in the world? I'm like, I digress, guys. I can't even listen.
Pure stupidity. And I challenge your medical certificate, my friend. I want to see it because it's a joke at this point. I'm sorry. I'm ranting. I'm just so fired up at this point, you guys. I'm sick of this shit. And again, I feel for the families.
I do.
The rest of this is a joke, an absolute joke.
So
thank you, FRB.
I'm just saying, Dago, we have other group crimes like this where for all those schoolings, killings, one in Florida, there was another one up in Detroit and everything. Okay, so all I'm saying is you keep comparing this man to Ted Bundy. Did you compare them people to anybody?
Probably not.
That killed all these kids up in these schools? No.
Of course not, because they
I
well,
mean-
yeah. I think some of them they compared to Ed Gein, but just
Where
saying.
where I live, I live about a mile from BTK's old house, which is now basically a vacant lot.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And I got to drive by that every day to go pick my daughter up from school.
I get it. I live 15 minutes from where Jeffrey Dahmer was born and raised. I understand it completely. And it's a scary situation, but those are the real monsters, folks.
Right.
This kid is not a monster by any means whatsoever. And I'm telling you,
God
what
forbid.
is finally brought to the table and it's proven that he had nothing to do with this. I want to watch every one of these people swallow their face. I want to see it happen.
Did you guys watch DA's video? Did you see that? I was like,
Devil's advocate, yeah.
oh my God. I was like, I couldn't follow it. And then I was like, and I was thinking about it in my head what he was saying. It took me a while. And I was like,
Yeah, Lee had it. He made good points
what
with
a
that.
night, what an effing mess. Like then like if this is out, this interview, you got, I don't understand. Like I have to believe that Brian was there or something. Like maybe I don't know. But I don't know what they could, like you said, where are the bodies buried? Like what do they have on Bill? Or like what's going on?
I'm telling you, if based on what Steve just said here, knowing that he said he got down on his knees and begged this guy to take this deal. I want to know what do you have on Bill Thompson of the prosecution defense team? Tell me, what did Ann Taylor have on them for them to do that?
Yeah.
No, or was it just the simple fact that Bill knew they had no case and they could not prosecute this man and have him convicted, so they had to go for this. That's why he got on his knees and begged. That's my opinion.
Okay, here's a question I have: how many plea deals has Bill acquired through the years?
All of them,
All
Terry.
of them, right?
All of them.
All the two or
Everyone, correct? Okay.
All but like three,
I was
think.
watching Sean Atwood, and he was but he had to. They didn't have anything on him, no proof. They didn't catch him with any drugs. They didn't catch him with anything. He said 92% of the people that were in his group, they all pled guilty. And the reason being is because if you go to trial, then they are going to find you guilty. If they find you guilty, which probably they will, and this one we knew they would, they're going to give you a higher sentence. So that's why, only 8% pled not guilty.
Right.
So that's why he looks good, because he saves the court. He saves the court
That's
money.
how he's done
He
it.
saves
All but
money.
Yeah, and that's what he does. He's been to court 3 times now, I think, in his entire 30+ year career, and gone to 3 trials. Okay, I'm probably under exaggerating or whatever you want to call it, but the man takes plea deals on everything. And I knew, and I think I told you guys, Terry, you've been around a long time when this case started. I think I said it. I guarantee you, there's a plea deal that gets thrown into this at some point. I know I said it years ago, and here we are. Okay, and it's because he's weak, he's pathetic, and he's a joke. And the man is a complete and total fucking liar.
And he's getting ready to retire. And guess what? He's going to make sure that everybody knows all the money that he saved that county.
Well, good. I hope that they can take all that money that he saved them by putting an innocent person in prison.
Right.
And maybe they can buy a real prosecutor this time. It'll work for 30 years and actually do something this time.
It's a shame. It's
It's
a shame.
disgusting.
Like
But-
I can't believe Steve and Christy are still. I feel bad, but they're so emotionally manipulated and just exhausted. Like I wish they would just let at least admit. I mean, at least in text messages, he admits that Dylan is a liar, and even the grand jury thought so as well. But and that makes me feel a little bit better that they actually see past that bullshit. But the fact that you know that much, why are you still sitting there saying Brian did it by himself and he's this and he took control? And it's
because they don't have any other point. They have nothing else to go with, Christy or Krista. That's my problem, I think, or that's their problem. They have been given nothing. They have nothing to see, nothing to base anything on. So therefore, they don't have a choice but to believe this at this point.
I know. Because if not,
they have nothing.
They got to blame somebody. I really think if they didn't have Brian to blame, I think he would all lost his mind even more. I think Steve probably would have ended up in prison. The way he's
more than likely, probably because he had no other choice. But they have to have an answer to something. I agree with that.
Right.
Okay,
the acceptance of the truth is probably going to be destroyed.
But it's not real justice. That's the problem, right?
It's not.
And
right.
Kathy's right, guys. If you haven't seen this yet, she's right. Read every July 14th declaration from Rebecca Boone in the Koberger with Koberger. She's from Boise, and she's a 26-year journalist, and she said she cannot remember ever seeing a case that was this secretive ever. And I absolutely agree.
Who else
None
used
of us
that
have.
word secretive? Ann Taylor did.
And Ann said the same thing. She said it in that the May, I can't remember which one it was, hearing with Judge. And she looked him dead in the face and said, Your Honor, you have no idea how bad this is. The man looked back at her and said, Yes, Miss Taylor, I do.
Right.
I feel for you. He knows. He knew. And that's why he didn't want nothing to do with this. That's why he was happy when it moved. I'm going to stop rambling so we can get through some more of this because I'll go all day. You guys know that. When I get moving and I'm in this mood, I will go forever. I apologize for my language, like I said, and my blowing up and yelling, but I am so done with this shit, and it's so ignorant.
I was in their comment section. I tried to be nice. At first, I was like, I feel bad for Steve, blah, blah, blah. And then at the end, I'm like, you know what? And I was just like, you don't.
I do feel bad for him and her both for their loss.
People like this, they're not doing this for Steve. They're not doing it.
They don't care about the families at all, folks. None at all, and that's been proven. So
it's obvious.
Just saying. Right. It is true, and on we go.
You have righteous indignation, is what I'll call it. I will, support you guys 1,000% because, now you have to deal with this week with coming up with this restitution hearing. How does that make you feel?
Hold on. Even worse than that was one of our daughters called us. We were just out just a couple hours ago calling and saying, I'm hearing about a movie. What's going on? And calling us for we are mom and dad. We have the answers. We know what's going on. And she's calling us, and you can explain the conversation because you were on it. But that's an example of the control that you lose. Literally, she's calling. She's like, I'm hearing that there's going to be a movie, and this guy's going to be, BK, and Kaylee's going to be this. How is this legal?
How can this happen, Mom? How can this happen?
Did you guys approve of this? Is this something that we're a part of, or we're like?
And I just told her that we were aware of it, and I didn't know how it could happen. And we've
lost control of our own children's name.
Yeah, people can do it, honey.
It's another way of victimizing you. Somebody murders your child, and then they go and say, "Let's go turn this into a hell of a movie." And everyone can go out on Friday, watch your daughter get sliced to pieces, have some popcorn and a double freaking endless soda, and we can make some money on it. And that's just the way it's supposed to go. And we are a fighting family. We want to fix the system. We are trying to make it better. That's why we held Thompson so accountable. Because he had a family that was strong, and he could have put his foot down and said, it's not every day I get a family that's willing to be this type of an anchor. But he threw that all away. He's always thrown that away. He's had 6 murder cases. He's never He's never done any of them to a conviction. The guy's just a loser upon a loser upon a loser. Got to say it 6 times. Loser 6 times. I mean, he's gotten his butt kicked over and over and over. And he
But
isn't
they're
good,
wins for him.
but he's not good enough for Kaylee. Kaylee was a rock star. Like as you see with Olivia, as you see with my children, we demand the best, and he's not the best. And I shouldn't be asked to have some weak prosecutor be the only option that I have. You know, even when I'm willing to raise the funds to go find the good prosecutor, go find somebody who really wants the job, who isn't on retirement mode, and it's just.
It doesn't work that way. Move out of the area if you're not happy with the government.
Kissing everybody in the community's butt. I need a guy who.
Now, if you remember correctly, folks, okay, and again, I don't mean any disrespect to Steve at all, but this is the man that claimed that they moved to Idaho because they had the death penalty, because they love the government there in the area, okay?
Yep.
And here we are. If you don't like the government that you live within, get out of it. Obviously, you see this. You've lived there for years, okay? You know the way things work here. You had to know something wasn't going to go right. When you're being lied to, truly come on. And that's it right there. SRB's right. I think it's almost like they felt that they were better than everybody and that they deserved something different than everybody else did. Everybody deserves the same equal treatment, in my opinion, folks. Absolute justice. And nobody got it. Nobody.
Nope.
Period.
Look at Hex.
Yeah, well, that's a whole different story.
Who sees an outsider from Pennsylvania, the East Coast, and says, I'm going to take this guy and make an example of him. This is like the perfect example. An outsider coming in, hurting, killing, and destroying our community. I'm going to hold him accountable to the highest degree. Thompson was never the answer. He never will be. He just needs to retire and get out of the way. He's a mess.
Hopefully that's happening soon. But
it's too late. It's too late. 4 souls were lost.
Are left with other things, you know, in the aftermath, you know, such as movies and, you know, it just dropping and documents dropping and we just, you know,
we didn't get a copy of
children.
it. We hired a lawyer. We did everything by the book, and said, release it to us first. Have some
We
common
asked them,
courtesy.
and they said they would.
Have some common courtesy to release it to us first. And they literally just gave us the bird and said,
They said they would.
We'll use
but-
your daughter's name to raise money and do all these fundraisers and do all this stuff, but you will not be treated any different than the common frickin' community member. And to ask me to back you, I'm not that kind of guy. I'm going to call you out for manipulating the situation.
So Steve, it sounds like what we're hearing is that with this latest document dump of 2,300 pages, so they didn't give you guys a heads up. They didn't tell you it was coming. They didn't tell you what was in there. And you had no way to kind of brace yourself for what was coming. And now it's all out in the public. And so this drip, drip, drip of these unsealed documents and hand chosen.
People are calling us to make comments on it, and they've read it before I have, because I'm at work. I'm working at a hospital. I'm helping keep people alive, doing my job.
Good friend told me to stay off of it this morning because she said that they have their fingernail clippings, and I'm just like,
yeah, it's bad.
I was like, fingernail clippings. I'm like, okay, like,
Yeah,
so I
hospital.
How long can I avoid it? I don't know, but today wasn't the day. So eventually, I'm sure I can warn the rest of the family. But how long can you?
We tried to be in front of it so that we could pair our children.
Sure.
Because we are a large family. But at this point,
No, he does some kind of IT thing or something with hospitals, I believe, is all. He's not a doctor.
we can't even keep up with it. We can't. It just gets released, and then they call us before we know, because nobody's even given us a warning. They used to let our lawyer know before, and then we could tell the kids, hey, stay offline. Stuff's going to be coming out. But I mean, probably because I've been critical of the prosecution, they're no longer trying to even pretend like they're helping us. Yeah, they're not going to try to help us.
Right. Gary, what's your thought? I see you sitting back there.
I just wanted to say, first of all, I don't really want to get into that thing of that movie because I don't really like the idea of giving oxygen to these people that are doing this. I think we'd all agree it would be a good idea to not even get into that. But I do want to say that what I think is concerning about it is that if you do push the idea of not wanting Kaylee's name used, they'll present it anyway, and it'll be a story where it's like she doesn't even exist. My understanding from the press surrounding that movie is that it's going to focus on after the murders and the period of investigating and looking for him. And it's entirely possible that they're not even going to get into the reality of who the people were that were killed. And I think that part of me almost wishes that the idea would be to push for them to make her matter. As far as I understand, there isn't even an actress playing her. She's not even in it. So that it's the opposite idea of having some stranger portray her or whatever. It's more the idea of how do they make the public understand that this was a person, that these were people, instead of making it an interesting story about, having some nice-looking young actor play a horrendous human being.
Wow.
So I think it's a very powerful topic and an explosive one. And I agree with you. It's going to be very, very difficult emotionally. And there's the distance between who a person really is and the way they're portrayed on the screen is unbelievable. I mean, all you have to do is look at a member of our own foundation, Ann Burgess, was turned into the TV show Mindhunter. There is no relationship between who Dr. Burgess is and the person on that show, right? That's a really good example. I mean, she's married to a man with many lovely children and was portrayed as a young gay woman doing things that she didn't do in that field. In other words, altered completely to make her more interesting in the eyes of Hollywood viewers. So I think it's a powerful topic, but I think my feeling about it is that I want it to come and go and have absolutely no oxygen because it plays too much into the killer's head. Right. I think it's a good idea to just let it.
Yeah, to dovetail into a thought process here.
Yeah.
So Karen and I read all of the 2,300 reports.
Yes.
Quite frankly,
took us about 4 hours, but
so you guys don't have to, okay?
Right.
Because the reality of it is, there are no nuggets in there that will, shed light on your daughter. Okay, there are nuggets in there that the investigators were focused in the wrong lane. They had two fingerprints cards. It was L5 and L6 is what they're titled. Okay, and early on in the morning, and the reason I'm saying this so you guys don't have to go through and read all the other garbage about your child. Okay. Because a lot of it's obviously evidentiary stuff that they collected and, they sent it to the lab. So all these last 2,300 reports are all about lab reports. Okay. And the results of those lab reports. However, it gives us insight into what the investigators were doing. And within literally a day or so, they were chasing these fingerprint cards. And they were trying to, put it through every system possible. FBI, APHIS, DOD, et cetera. They were trying to identify a ridge on one of the prints at the window and the door. Okay. Well, simultaneously, though, they had information about the somebody that they thought was the person responsible for those fingerprints. It was a hypothesis. There were 2 cigarette butts that they recovered. So they believed that the suspect had been smoking. And so they sent those to the lab as well to get tested. Okay. The problem, though, is they got tunnel vision. And because the car, which was, one of the, the key pieces of evidence, they didn't get onto that until about the 25th.
They believed that the suspect was smoking. That's interesting. Quite interesting, huh? Because Brian's not a cigarette smoker. How about that?
Even
Somebody grab Chris's knee and pull his foot out of his mouth because he just put his foot down his throat.
He doesn't. Shut up, dude. Just stop talking.
Did
Yeah,
you see the look on Stephen Christie's face when he said that?
Christie looked directly at Steve when he said that too, because they know he's not a smoker.
Look at his face.
They know he's not a smoker.
His face is like his brain's going right now. I'm like, I saw that last night. I was like, huh?
Right. Yeah, and then they got tunnel vision, then they got onto the car. You're just saying all sorts of things backwards here, buddy. Keep talking.
And math ain't mathing still for one guy to do it. So
Yeah, keep talking. That's all I'm gonna say. He's probably gonna say more, and it'll probably explain it. The point is the way he's speaking. Also,
how do you see that? And I agree with SRB. How do you see that? How do you go through all of that in 4 hours?
They didn't. They did not at all. If anything, they scanned the first couple words in each page, in my opinion.
It's almost like he's working for Thompson. No, don't look at it, Steve. We got it. Don't look at it, Steve. It's almost like, you know what I mean? It's like.
That's the thing, is the parents should read every single word in every document, in my opinion.
And more. I mean.
Right, Kathy. Right.
Or let us do it for them. If they're so exhausted, emotional, that seriously, don't be against us. Agree with us. We're doing the work. The work's been done for you by plenty of creators. You don't really need much more. Think about it. All the work is done for them, and all they have to do is get a lawyer and show them everything that everybody has shown that as everything that went wrong here, and figure out if BK did it. Then they also have an obligation to get the rest of the people, because it wasn't one person. So something has to happen. Like,
yeah, right. Listen, real quick, you guys. I want you guys to do me a quick favor and look down at the bottom where your audio is, in the settings for StreamYard where you're on, and check it and make sure. Open up the little settings wheel. Go to audio and make sure that echo cancellation is checked. Please. Everybody that's up on panel here.
Okay.
Mine's
make sure the box is checked. Everybody's.
Yep.
Okay.
Believes how Christie looked at Steve when I call him Chris Big Dumbass about the cigarettes. Christie looked at Steve like, what did he just say?
Right. Exactly.
There's so many things that if they would just pay attention. That's one thing. Imagine if they really were paying attention. There's no way they are, or he wouldn't still be talking like this.
No, I can agree.
You know what I mean?
I absolutely agree.
They have to work. They have a family and all, but like, we've already done the work. And not we, like people like Lana, all of us, people like talking. How long you guys been talking about this? 3 years, trying to find a way that Brian did this to make it okay, to make this. It's not like we're against them. We're not trying to hurt anybody here. Like, we're just trying to get justice for your kid and like the rest of them, because they deserve something better than this.
We just want truth, because that's what's deserved, and that's what the victims, that they all deserve that. Yes.
Right. Nobody's fighting for them. It's a shame. Like, Brian has a lawyer, I get it, but like, nobody's fighting for them because they're getting like they've been told lies. They're we're the only ones sitting there trying to do it, trying to make sure. I don't know what we're doing, but like making awareness, at least, the things that keep coming out and more things get found out. It's like, I'm trying to figure out, did Brian do, like, I don't know why he pleaded guilty at this point. I know maybe for the death, at this point, I'm like, I don't know what happened. Maybe that Payne messed up and they're like, hey, we messed up. We know you did it, but we messed up. We got your DNA. I don't know. But you got to plead guilty. But I don't know what happened, but something happened. Because this is getting worse and worse by the night.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Hopefully there won't be an echo. Make sure, do me a favor, when I do bring this back up and play it, everybody make sure you mute for me, please.
Oh, I got a little button on my mic that mutes.
Okay.
But my one major problem with Judge Hypocrite is when he looked at Brian and said, you have no redeeming qualities, and you've had your 15 minutes of fame. That's one of the major gripes I have with Hypocrite.
I can agree. He doesn't even know him. He didn't even look into the case, in my opinion, but that's just me. Okay, here we go.
And so they sent those to the lab as well to get tested. Okay. The problem, though, is they got tunnel vision, and because the car, which was one of the the key pieces of evidence, they didn't get onto that until about the 25th of November. However, they believed they were following a suspect, and they say it in the report. One of the lab technicians has a briefing, and she says Moscow PD is on a suspect. They even name him, but his name's been blacked out in the report. And they were trying to surveil him to get a DNA sample, believing, since they found the sheath, that DNA sample potentially, could give them a solid lead. Okay. The problem that they had early on, though, is they didn't focus on the car initially. They knew that there was a white Hyundai, but they didn't put the pedal to the metal, for lack of a better term. They were focused on this other potential angle. Maybe it was a drug angle. Maybe it was because there were narcotics found in Xana's room, or at least.
Oh, you mean the truth? Okay. Thank you, Chris.
At least a blue substance that they wanted tested for narcotics. We still don't know what it is because they blacked that out either as well. But that's neither here nor there. Okay. But in their minds, and I'm speaking from an investigator's position, they're thinking, okay, is this something to deal with drugs? What's the deal here? And they started chasing that. And so they had two major pieces of evidence: the sheath, and that's the first part of all those lab reports in the 2,300 pages that was just dropped. And the second were the two cards, L5 and L6 are the two main ones. Okay. And then as you would read later on in the reports, you'll see what it talks about. They're surveilling somebody. Okay. The bottom line here, that car was available.
And the person they were surveilling was not Brian Koberger. How about that, Chris?
It was available in Washington State University. That car had 11 tickets on it.
Yep. Yes.
Okay. At WSU. Okay.
Yes.
And once they realized that, i.e., when the chief sent his two officers out, or whoever sent the officers out, who were proactive in their investigative ability, those patrol officers ran that car in every direction, and they discovered his name, his classes, all this other stuff. Okay. I have a theory, and it's just a theory. My theory is, when they started looking at that name, to your point earlier, Steve, all of those red buildings and those red flags started flooding the administrative offices of both universities. And so it was easier to say, well, he's leaving. Okay. He's gone. Okay. And then when they do get the DNA evidence back, whatever it was, on the 28th of, December, okay, back from the feds and the IGG, et cetera. Well, when all that information comes on, well, he's already back in Pennsylvania. Here's the problem in my mind, and it has always been, and Karen and I have dove into this extensively. Simultaneously, rather than telling you, the family, of how the investigation is progressing, they're having meetings with the university.
That's the University of Idaho.
The U of I is having meetings also with WSU.
That's true.
And they are sending emails out about, let's create second rails here, okay, of communication that are for your eyes only, basically, right? Top secret stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Keep it off Whitcomb. They literally said, keep it off the 911 network.
Yeah.
Exactly. Keep it on the down low here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's because they knew they had the car, but they didn't do anything about it. I think had they gotten that car on the 18th, when they, were in the arena there, for lack of a better term, we would have so much evidence in that car that the sheath would have been a bonus.
Yeah, totally.
So
It wasn't until he got to take it home to mommy and daddy's and clean it in their shop for.
Once again, more misinformation being put out that's been disproven by the lead detectives that never happened, that he took it home to his mom and dad's and cleaned it.
I'm going to argue that car was already part of another crime. That car was part of a drive-through in a coffee shop where he was harassing a girl.
Okay.
And there's a police report that's out there floating where this female says, hey, I deal with 300-400 people a day. He's coming through my shop. He knows my last name. He knows my first name. I've never given him either one. And he seems to know my shift. So that car should have already been part of an investigation. So what your instincts are very close to the same instincts that we have, where I
want to see the police report on that 100%. Let me see it.
I'm in your corner.
That's all I'm saying. I want to see these reports. That's all I want to say.
Something was going on, and
the tickets that he had on campus.
The tickets, and remember, he's returning to campus, so it's not easy. I had an investigator.
Okay, because the man has 11 different speeding tickets. Okay, he's got a lead foot. That doesn't make him a murderer, folks. That's insane and ridiculous. I'm sorry.
My investigator can't just go to Washington State's university and just jump on there and start interviewing people.
Right.
It's private property. It's a university. They can't do that. They provided him a safe harbor. He committed these murders and these crimes from that location, which provided him a sense of protection. And that's where he ran right when the crimes were over. He did this little.
Exactly. Kathy's right, guys. With the new photographs we saw, you guys, I've never seen them tear a car apart down. They took the turn signal switch out. They took the windshield wiper out. They tore the entire column apart. Not one speck of DNA found in that car.
And it wasn't cleaned.
Bullshit. There's no way in hell that's possible. Okay. The man drove cross country. He washed his car and vacuumed it out. That's all he did. He didn't take bleach to it. He didn't do any of that shit. Okay. This is all a lie that was built through the court of public opinion, through mainstream media, through people like stupid ass Brian Enton, okay, that tell lies on a daily basis about things to start a propaganda train. That's where all that came from. So people, and I have to say that they should be ashamed, as the family that are still spreading these rumors that are not true. Shame on you. Unbelievable.
Why are these news still even up in TV? None of the other family members are like that.
Well, nobody else wants to talk about it. There's the problem. I'm sure they've gone to the other family. They don't want to talk about it. There's a few of these family members. They had questions about even if it was Brian to some extreme. Okay, understand that. They were not 100% that Brian did it. So believe that. That's a fact. It's all bullshit. Yeah, they're hanging on to the lies that created this whole situation because there is nothing else to hang on to. That's sad.
But he got himself back into a little protected envelope where it wasn't easy for the Idaho State people, the police, to just go across state lines. And then now they had another obstacle. They had to go deal with a private business and say, hey, we need to go talk to these people on your campus because we've got some instincts that tell us that something happened in this classroom. Something happened here. And that's what
I think they've all been very tight-lipped about everything, though, as far as WSU goes. But yeah, they were
that
definitely
white
some
car
conversations.
was identified very early
Yes.
and never reported.
We do know that part.
Yep.
And what never made any sense, even when I interviewed the
Chief.
now retired Washington State WSU police chief is I asked him point blank, when your officers had the car parked outside of the killer's apartment, why didn't you go in and contact them? Why didn't they go up and do a field interview, as it's called, right?
Gee, Karen, that's a great question. Or was it because they had to do SWAT? They had to do the whole SWAT thing to make it look good, because that's what I think it was. Because they very easily could have just went in and spoke to him, or had him come in.
Didn't they pull him over?
They pulled him over more than times. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, well, did it seem like a approach like he was just some serial killer? I mean, you know what I mean? They were like,
Well, they claimed that had nothing to do with them.
Well,
that the two
exactly.
Indiana stops didn't, but I still don't believe that. That's just my opinion.
It's so fun. This is delusional. I can't believe
But
this.
they could have contacted Brian before he even left and said, "Could you please
Exactly.
come down and so we have some questions for you about an ongoing investigation?" I guarantee you he'd have done it without a fight, and every bit of it would have happened. But no, they had to SWAT his house. They had to make it look like this guy's a monster to go along with the propaganda that was being put out to the court of public opinion to make sure that everybody in the world thought this man was guilty.
But they found nothing. Nothing. Not in the car, not his house, nothing. Nothing.
No, nothing. Kathy's right there too. Two of them at WSU called in a tip within 30 minutes of each other at 12:30. The other one, is that a coincidence? No, not at all.
There's so many
Good
things.
point. Very good point. This is bullshit, folks. It's all proven bullshit.
It looks like Christy wants to say something. It looks like it does kind of look like they're just listening. I don't think they're even believing it.
Well, I think she's bored with this because it
Yeah,
takes 35 years to say 5 words. So.
This guy.
Yeah, and there's no body cam of the arrest either. Good point. None.
Mhm.
Which I don't believe. I guarantee you there is.
Right now,
Because I promise you that there's no way the FBI is going to go into a house and do a SWAT the way they did and not protect themselves by wearing a body cam. That's bullshit too. So just saying.
Why didn't they get a buckle swab from him? We now know they buckle swabbed 5 other men, 5 other people that they were looking at. They had him, they had the car, and all we got was a word salad. It didn't make sense.
Right. Understand that, folks. They had Brian Koberger at one point early on and let him go. And they chased after these other 5 people that Karen's talking about and let them go and went back after this one. Why? I wonder. There's the question right there.
Is she going to answer?
You know, we pressed him on that. And to everyone's point here on panel is really, you could have prevented him leaving the campus. To Chris's point, you could have had the car. You could have had much more evidence from the car. You would have never had to have him, as you guys said, you know, a couple of weeks to clean that car, to drive across the country. There wouldn't have been if you buckle swabbed him the day you had him on WSU campus, you would have never had to do a trash pull in Pennsylvania, which, by the way, is part of this 2,300 pages of documents. And from a journalist looking in, 80.
And I'm going to tell you what I think the answer is because they wouldn't have had the DNA match wouldn't have matched up, folks.
Why didn't they make it?
Well, that's what I'm saying is they would not have been able to match this to the case.
Exactly.
The DNA would not have matched at that point. And that's why the delay and all this other shit would have worked. That's why it happened the way it did. It's insane.
85% roughly of what they released of the 2,300 pages was like throwing a dog a bone. They were redacted pages. There was nothing of value on it. They're playing games, and they're being very crafty because they're saying, well, we know we have, you know, whatever, 200 FOIAs from 200 media outlets and social media people. So here's what we're going to give you. It's meaningless stuff. To your guys' point, open up the emails between University of Idaho president, Washington State University president, and the prosecutor. Or how about then Sergeant Gilbertson, Idaho State Police, he's now the lieutenant, who gave those word salad, ridiculous interviews to the national media, said nothing about the case of interest. And so, you know, to your point, we are being, you know, it's like, it's even worse because a 2,300 page document dump sends you guys spinning as the victim's family.
Yeah.
And yet, what do we get from it? Not that much. Really,
So
not that
those
much
five
at the end of
people-
the day.
Frizzy.
I don't even know the 5 people. I haven't read them. Were any of them employees?
I'm sure they were.
That
all
it's
redacted.
all redacted information.
All
It
redacted.
says a buccal swab from a male, and that's it. There's no
So Steve says he doesn't have any idea who the 5 people were. See, that tells you they're not even reading the documents, folks. That's a damn shame.
other information that even
So I
talks
think it's a
about that.
conflict of interest when you don't want to basically investigate what you should be investigating. And I feel like some people weren't investigated on purpose. And I think that's part of what's going on right now with.
Holy shit. Bing, bing,
Thank
bing,
God.
bing. There we go.
Thank God.
Talk about
Okay.
dropping the bomb.
So now there's another boom, folks. Okay. Now you see it. So that tells me right there that this man, that they're not reading these documents. They didn't even know about the 5 other people that were being looked into at this point. And you think that's a point of to talk about? You think? What the hell do you think we've been doing for 3 years?
Did you see how Christie set forward as soon as they talked about the 5 other people?
100%. And there you go, bro. Okay, maybe it isn't the guy that you think you've been forced to believe that it is. There's 5 other people out there, Steve. And Chris is, and this is the one thing that I will tell you guys, I do agree with. They're right. This is all bullshit. Okay, this should have been done 3 years ago. And now we're seeing it, and they don't even know this.
This is crazy. I'm glad that they know, because the
This is-
second she sat up in her seat, like, what? There's 4 more people? Yeah.
There's five people in total, yeah. And none of them, in my opinion, were Brian.
No. Redacted because they're not Brian. Like, Brian's name's not redacted. So the other suspect they're chasing, they redacted his name because it's not Brian.
So, I mean, look at his face. Look at his face right now.
Yeah,
Okay?
I know.
I'm just telling you. Maybe you need to make a call to the Department of Justice and say, hey, look, we're just finding all this out now, and I have an issue.
Yeah.
Make them reopen the case. Do something. Jesus
With
Christ.
the other people, find out who else did this. If they think Brian did it, find out who else did it, because he obviously couldn't do this alone. So it's just
Exactly.
it doesn't not even soup, like, you know what I mean? Nobody could do this alone.
At the very least, yes. Thank you.
That
I'm gonna play
screenshot I
that
shared
back.
with I shared with you this morning in Discord, Dago, where it was a friend of Maddie's / study partner, and he worked in a store that sells used K-bars at clearance prices.
Yeah, I know. I remember that.
But all these Brian's
It's
got
interesting. Very interesting.
the circumstantial evidence points towards so many other people other than Brian.
Again, I'm gonna play it back, Ryan. No worries, right here.
Look at his face. It's priceless. Christie's face is priceless too.
Yeah,
It's a shame.
Here we,
It's like,
here we
it's a
go.
shame.
Agreed. Very much so.
Apartment. Why didn't you go in and contact them? Why didn't they go up and do a field interview, as it's called, right? Why didn't they get a buccal swab from him? We now know they buccal swabbed 5 other men, 5 other people that they were looking at. They had him, they had the car, and all we got was a word.
Did you see Christy's face? How she turned and went, really? She had no idea.
Salad. It didn't make sense. We pressed him on that. And to everyone's point here on panel is really, you could have prevented him leaving the campus. To Chris's point, you could have had the car. You could have had much more evidence from the car. You would have never had to have him, as you guys said, a couple of weeks to clean that car, to drive across the country. There wouldn't have been if you buccal swabbed him the day you had him on WSU campus, you would have never had to do a trash pull in Pennsylvania, which, by the way, is part of this 2,300 pages of documents. And from a journalist looking in, 85% roughly of what they released of the 2,300 pages was like throwing a dog a bone. They were redacted pages. There was nothing of value on it. They're playing games, and they're being very crafty, because they're saying, well, we know we have, 200 FOIAs from 200 media outlets and social media people. So here's what we're going to give you. It's meaningless stuff. To your guys' point, open up the emails between University of Idaho president, Washington State University president, and the prosecutor. Or how about then Sergeant Gilbertson, Idaho State Police, he's now the lieutenant, who gave those word salad, ridiculous interviews to the national media people. So here's what we're going to give you. It's meaningless stuff. To your guys.
Hear that part again, too, real quick. Listen.
Yep.
And what never made any sense, even when I interviewed the now retired Washington State WSU police chief, is I asked him point blank, when your officers had the car parked outside of the killer's apartment, why didn't you go in and contact them? Why didn't they go up and do a field interview, as it's called, right? Why didn't they get a buckle swab from him? We now know they buckle swabbed 5 other men, 5 other people that they were looking at. They had him, they had the car, and all we got was a word salad. It didn't make sense. We pressed him on that. And to everyone's point here on panel is, really, you could have prevented him leaving the campus. To Chris's point, you could have had the car. You could have had much more evidence from the car. You would have never had to have him, as you guys said, a couple of weeks to clean that car, to drive across the country. There wouldn't have been if you buckle swabbed him the day you had him on WSU campus, you would have never had to do a trash pull in Pennsylvania, which, by the way, is part of this 2,300 pages of documents. And from a journalist looking in, 85% roughly of what they released of the 2,300 pages was like throwing a dog a bone. They were redacted pages. There was nothing of value on it. They're playing games, and they're being very crafty, because they're saying, well, we know we have, whatever, 200 FOIAs from 200 media outlets and social media people. So here's what we're going to give you. It's meaningless stuff. To your guys' point, open up the emails between University of Idaho president, Washington State University president, and the prosecutor. Or how about then Sergeant Gilbertson, Idaho State Police, he's now the lieutenant, who gave those word salad, ridiculous interviews to the national media, said nothing about the case of interest. And so, to your point, we are being, it's like, it's even worse, because a 2,300 page document dump sends you guys spinning as the victim's family. Yeah. And yet, what do we get from it? Not that much. Really, not that much at the end of the day.
I don't even know the 5 people. I haven't read them. Were any of them employees?
I'm sure they were.
It's all redacted information. It says.
Were any of them employees?
Employees.
Steve is asking
Department?
if any of the 5 people were employees. Isn't that interesting?
Huh.
Employees of Mad Greek, maybe?
I'm wondering if he's talking about employees of the law enforcement agency.
That's what I was thinking.
I mean, they're talking about police officers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, thank you, Robert. That's real interesting, folks. Or are they school employees?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Something like that. But still, for him to ask that question makes me wonder. Just saying. Or, once again, you're trying to blame somebody else. Either way, it's still an interesting question. I'll say that. Truly. Now, again, we know at this point they're not reading any of these reports. None of these documents. Or you would have known that. That's why they haven't changed their mind, folks, because they're not seeing what we're seeing, period. Makes you wonder if they ever did. It very much is, Kathy. Wholeheartedly and very much enlightening. I agree with you. and I'm kind of grateful for it.
Is a buccal swab from a male, and that.
Not to mention, I want to see those emails now myself that she brought those to the table. Truly want to see those.
That's it. There's no other information that even talks
I think it's
about
a complicated.
I don't know if you guys caught that. Listen to what she says right there.
To your point, we are being, it's like it's even worse because a 2,300 page document dump sends you guys spinning as the victim's family.
Yeah.
And yet, what do we get from it? Not that much. Really,
So
not that
those
much
five
at the end of
people,
the day.
I don't even know the 5 people. I haven't read them. Were any of them employees?
I'm sure they were.
That it's all redacted information.
All
It
redacted.
says a buccal swab from a male, and that's it. There's no other information that even
So
talks
I think it's a
about that.
complicated.
Yeah, did you see Bricato's face as well? That I think they're all a little mesmerized here. It's kind of interesting, I think.
Interest when you don't want to basically investigate what you should be investigating, and I feel like some people weren't investigated on purpose, and I think that's
Some people were not investigated on purpose. Wow. Yeah, I agree with you on that, SRB. I think Karen, she's a woman. Okay, I've said this forever, folks. We would not be alive on this planet if it weren't for women. They're smarter and better at everything that we do. Guys, you can argue with me, but you're wrong. Okay, they are. And I'm telling you, Karen is what Chris does. That's fact. He wouldn't survive without her. That's all there is to it. That's why I do what I do so well, because of my moderators. That's just what there is. So again, she does all the hard work. Chris just talks. That's how I see it. And she's seeing this shit. And I think she only believes that he's guilty because of Chris, but she sees the bullshit and she's calling it out. Facts are facts. And I'm enjoying that about this too. Truly is very interesting.
that's part of what's going on right now with this dumping of all this stuff. And I mean, you got a guy who's just repeatedly harassing women over and over and over. And we just have to listen to these young people that are saying, hey, this guy over here, if you give him a degree, he's a psychopath waiting to manipulate power. Maybe we should question this.
Hold the reins on giving this PhD.
Jerry?
Maybe you should have questioned this 3 years ago. Okay.
Well, there's one other aspect of this that for me is like the elephant in the room, is that if this were a situation where somebody commits a mass murder and then slips away into the night, you know, and is given time to kind of clean up and so forth, that's one story. But I am convinced, as are a number of other experts, that this was quite likely, I think likely, a serial killer in the making. About, in my own work and Raggy Gergis's work at Columbia, 11.78% of mass murderers go on to be serial killers, like BTK, for example. And I believe that was likely based on the motives, because mass murderers who never kill again are not motivated in the way this guy was apparently motivated. And that means to me that he was probably in a cooling off period before killing again. When people like this clean up their tracks and then are slighted again or insecure or whatever, they sort of build up the need to do this again. And I think what you're picking up on, Steve, with the going around harassing women, because to this guy, women are like one big giant mass, and he sort of sees them as interchangeable. And that's the kind of person who would have been trolling around looking for the next person who emblematized his hatred of women.
So he waited till he was almost 30 years old to commit his first murder.
This guy, dude. Sorry,
Cooling down period.
Where is he cooling down from? Yeah, it's the dog snoring. The Goncalves' dog. Yeah, there's no cooling down period, okay? There's no cleanup, nothing. The guy went home from work that day, took a shower, got up, went to the store. There's no. You're full of shit once again, sir. Again, let's see this degree that you have. Truly.
Let's see that police report, Steve.
What a joke. What a joke.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Dago. Let's see if that police report.
Exactly.
Desire to play this domination game out. And I think that this coincides with what we know was on his phone, for example, the stuff he was viewing, the images of women, that we don't know who they were, that he was looking at, collecting them, thinking of it in an objectified way, recording their names like based on descriptors, like, the one I jogged with or whatever, those kind of strange things where these things that weren't even human in his eyes. And I think that it's important to understand that this guy was probably out there gradually moving in the direction of doing this again. So that every minute that he was out there is very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. I mean, Chris, doesn't that jive with our sense of this kind of offender that
There he is again, asking for approval after he gives another point.
that he was probably in a cooling off period?
Yeah, and that's why, a great point, Gary. And that's what Karen, Steve and Chris were all saying that, well, wait a minute, you got this guy's car. Okay. You've got a car at 4:00 in the morning, taking off from the crime scene, the crime scene. Okay. And you see it on video making this, right turn at a high rate of speed. Okay. You can say, is he or isn't he involved? Right? That's going to be the question from an investigative analysis side. No problem. Find the car. Okay. Go get that car. What does it look like? And they were working on that, remember? Extensively. They sent it to the feds. The feds came back and said, hey, we think it's, a Hyundai. They at first, put it in a year range, but then ultimately they said, well, we're not really positive, but we're going to expand that range. And they send it out to law enforcement. Okay. Well, you get 2 law enforcement officers who get that information. Hey, they're looking for a white car from, the slaughter over on 1122 King Street. Oh, by the way, we have a white car here, and it's a Hyundai, and it's, a different year. Let's go over and make sure it's the right kind. They do that. Okay. They run the plate. They get his name. Okay. And then they run him through the system, because I know all that information is going to be there. And Christy and Steve, that CAD information is going to be there. You notice they haven't released any of that yet. Okay.
Nope.
And all of that information, okay, then comes down to a later press conference where the chief says, well,
I think he went to the bathroom, Christina.
We made a mistake. What do you mean you made a mistake? Well, they didn't ask us to contact him. Well, then they didn't ask you to go look for the car either then. And why did you find it? So you made 2 mistakes. You shouldn't have found it, if that's your logic, which in my experience, that makes no sense at all. And John Lamb and I did a show on this, a while back that says, let me get this right. This car's possibly involved in a quadruple homicide, and you're putting it out as a BOL, a be on the lookout, and you're sending it NCIC across the United States of America for every law enforcement officer. Oh, wait, that's right, you didn't. Because that way, if a law enforcement officer stops him going cross country, there's nothing in the system that says, hey, this guy could kill you too, officer.
I thought they did put a bolo out for that car. I was pretty sure they did, but okay.
Yeah, they did.
Officer friendly. Okay. So it was like, fumble nuts. And here's an interesting point that, I'm going to go on here if it's okay, Christy. Guess who was making the decisions in those lab reports about using up all?
I told you guys, he was in charge of everything in this case. Everything in this case, this man right here was the boss. Everything went through him. It was not approved unless it went through him. Remember that.
Of the DNA. That's correct, Thompson.
Explain that a little further to people so they understand what you mean by use up the DNA.
Okay, so they had the DNA source in, on various pieces of evidence, right? They had blood swabs, et cetera, buccal swabs. Okay, so the investigators ask for permission. Okay, the lab says.
Yeah, listen to this part, folks. This is quite interesting.
Hey, we need permission to use this up. Okay. Now, typically, you don't ask permission to the DA's office in the middle of a criminal investigation when you don't have a suspect.
Take care, J. Ray.
The DA's office is there to make sure that if you need a search warrant, you have probable cause, that they're going to present it to a judge, and the judge is going to be the ultimate decider of that moment that says, yes, you get a search warrant, oh no. Okay. But in this case, okay, they go to Thompson, and it's in the report, Steve. Okay. And they say, hey, we want to test everything. And is it okay if we use all of the DNA that we've discovered? And Thompson says, yes, you have my permission. So what that meant was, if the defense later on wanted to come back and say, it's not my guy, which Ann Taylor did. Okay. She stood up there and said, hey, it's not my guy. Okay. I don't know if they used it all up or not, personally. Okay. We do know they got the killer, and there's no question about it. He's the guy. Okay. They got all of that, but
they didn't use it all up because there was still extraction left from 1.1 and 1.4. We just read that yesterday. Okay. So you can say what you want, Chris, that they got the guy, but we don't know that. That's the problem right there.
Don't know if they used it up to get all of that at Thompson's behest. Okay. Now, here's the.
And if you remember, folks, in the hearing, when they it was in Latah County, Judge asked him about being able to identify, remember, the rest of the DNA. We can't give you what we don't have, Your Honor. He's the one that approved them to use it all, but they didn't use it all. We have it in the report that we read yesterday that there's still some left from the back of the knife sheath and 1.1. Remember that. I think that's very important, you guys.
Danger in that. If the judge had ruled any differently for you guys and your family, okay, and it was going to be Sod, which we call some other dude, did it. Okay? Mm-hmm. Guess what? They had no DNA to test because it had all been burned up.
That's not completely true.
Okay? And that's the other nugget inside of these recent reports here, because there is a email chain between Thompson and Talbert, or I think his name is Talbert.
Now, here's the thing. Based on what we read yesterday, it stated that there was still extraction left when me and Annie were reading through that one report on 1.1 and 1.4. They also said that they consumed the rest of it for 1.2 through the rest of them, okay? 1.2, 1.3, and so on and so forth. But Q1.1 and Q1.4, there was still extraction that remained. Does it still exist at this point? I highly doubt it, okay? But there was at the time that report was written. Why did you not test it? That's all I'm saying.
Or Tolbert, am I right, Karen?
It's Talbert. He's one of the Idaho State Police investigators.
Right.
Jeff. Talbot on the case.
Okay, so Talbot is he's at a quandary. The lab's calling and saying, "Hey, you guys want to rush on these buccal swabs, et cetera, et cetera. Would it be okay, just in case, if because we have DNA here, and they hadn't tested it yet? Can we use it all? Can we use all the sample?" Okay, and rather than the cop saying, like a case agent, okay, where we would get together in our experience and say, "Hey, Cap, Captain, Lieutenant, whatever my bosses, hey, here's where we are with this investigation." Okay. We wouldn't pick up the phone and call the DA and say, "Hey, we need your permission to run a lab, to get, to burn up some DNA at a lab." Okay. No, that's out of his lane. That's not his lane. Okay.
But once again, from the beginning, you guys understand this. Thompson said, "You don't do nothing without my permission. You don't make any moves without me knowing about it." He made that evident in the very beginning of this. He's the boss. And that makes me wonder right there. Why did everything have to go through you, Bill?
Because if you look at it,
that's a problem.
Yes, it is. If you look at it, he was there on the scene the next day after the murder.
He was there that same day, bro. The same day, that afternoon, Thompson said it in the report. They did a walkthrough with Payne, Thompson, Jennings. All of them were there and walking through that afternoon. That is interesting. Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, interesting.
Why did they think that?
Why,
that
Terry?
way?
Hold on, I have to pull it
Do
down.
you think it's, sorry.
You're okay.
No, I'm just
It's not
trying
your
to figure
fault.
out. That's not normal. So
No, it's not. None of it's normal. None of it is normal.
No.
Who has the DNA? That's a good question. Typically, where is that remainder left of that extraction from the DNA? Where's it at? That's why I said, does it still exist, or did they destroy it?
Didn't they grow?
No, that's a whole misconception thing, Terry. I can't explain it to you, but it didn't do what they're making it sound like it did. It didn't double and triple in size like that.
So does
that
Othram
day
still
they
have
did the
it?
walkthrough at 5 p.m. 100%. Payne, Thompson, Jennings, Talbot, and Blaker. They were there that afternoon. I've never seen that happen before.
And where was Fry?
Where was Mabbitt?
She was there too, but to do the walkthrough, I'm just saying she did the coroner duties and left, and then Fry was on a hunting trip, from my understanding. I don't know when he appeared on scene.
And from the get-go, you can hear them talking that very morning or that afternoon when they first got there. They were yelling. I think it was the Idaho State Police was on the phone telling Payne to get his ass down there. There was a quadruple.
Well, that was still because he was probably the second in command when it comes to being the lead detective. He didn't become the lead detective till 24 hours later. But yeah, I remember what you're talking about. And if you guys are paying attention to the G's here, they seem real interested in this, folks. And I'm telling you, because they don't know any of this. Chris, being a retired detective, and Karen, they went and did some detective work on this. And they're learning shit that the family members weren't told. That's wild to me. Okay. That is real wild to me. That's why I think they're very interested and they're asking questions at this, because nobody else got to do this. And they weren't getting it from the actual investigative people that were running the case.
And they thought they were.
That's exactly it. They thought they were. That is a huge deal to me. Okay. This is crazy.
I saw a body cam yesterday, and it was from one of the first responders. And you could see Dylan and then a couple of her friends standing out there by the road. Bethany was across the street, standing by a light pole.
Yeah, we've talked about that when Nunez first got there. Absolutely. Thank you, Kathy. Per Talbot's report, Mabbitt arrived around 7:30 or 9 or so, removed the bodies with her assistant. This was hours after the 5 p.m. walkthrough with Payne, Blaker, Talbot, Jennings, Thompson on the 13th. But we also got a statement made from Stacy Chapin herself that says she woke up early the next morning and took a walk to clear her head. She walked to the house and stood in front of it, knowing that her son was still inside that house at 8:30 the next morning. So what's true and what's not, Kathy? You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Well, I want to know. Here's something I want to know too. I wanted to ask this. When is it Gunderson who's the guy that was the first on scene that we see driving up?
It supposedly was Nunez.
Nunez. Okay. So he gets there. What are the first things that he says when he gets out of his car? Where is she?
Yeah, where's she at? That's what he says.
Where is she at? So you're telling me that they didn't Hunter already know that Ethan was in there too? Because he said he didn't know where the two girls were.
Yeah, we knew. Yeah, he knew that Hunter was. Yes, he knew he was in there because he
never
told
corrected them. So he never said it was he never changed his mind. He never told them that they weren't walking into an unconscious person.
Nobody ever said a word. He never added Ethan to it until they got upstairs, and he said, "I checked her pulse, she's gone, but I never checked his, but I'm pretty sure he's gone too."
He should have never let them walk into that.
Right.
So why did they not report 2 instead of 1?
That's the big question.
Yeah, exactly.
Has anybody confirmed a video that shows marks on Dylan's arm where the officer's hands? I didn't even look at that, Jay. I'm going to go back and look at that now. Thank you. Interesting. Very interesting.
I just started
Living Dead Girl Christ. Oh, okay. Thank you for joining us. Nunez, Warner, Gunderson, Smith, Snyder Smith. They were on. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Kathy. But there we go, folks. Like I said, what's true and what's not, because we hear that statement and then a completely opposing statement. That's where it's coming out, period. So this is a very interesting interview, believe it or not. As hard as it is to watch it, it's very interesting and very informative, in my opinion.
He tied himself into it because later on, he was only worried about how that was going to look in court, not for the investigative process. And because we have DNA here and they hadn't tested it yet, can we use it all? Can we use all the sample? Okay. And rather than the cop saying, like a case agent, okay, where we would get together in our experience and say, hey,
what he's saying, folks, is on a typical investigation, how that would work. They wouldn't call and ask for permission to use the DNA. They would just run it. The lead investigators would say, run it, do it. Let's figure this out. Let's get it done. Everything they had to do, they had to put it down and they had to call Thompson and say, can we do this? Can we do that? That is absolutely abnormal. I'm sorry. And there's a real deal reason behind that I think Cy Ray pointed out when he made the statement that there's something so much bigger that's being hidden right here. Period.
Captain, lieutenant, whatever my boss is, hey, here's where we are with this investigation. Okay. We wouldn't pick up the phone and call the DA and say, hey, we need your permission to run a lab, to get, to burn up some DNA at a lab. Okay. No, that's out of his lane. That's not his lane. Okay. And he tied himself into it because later on, he was only worried about how that was going to look in court, not for the investigative process. And I think that reflects back on the car as well, where somebody made a decision, and we haven't seen the emails yet, but my sweetheart has been digging and she's been stonewalled, times 10. Okay. Somebody made a decision that told those 2 patrol officers, stand down. Do not go and talk to the driver of that car.
Yep.
I don't know why that ever came up.
Boy, isn't that interesting. That is why the delay on Brian. This is why we've been screaming, folks, that I believe that they knew who he was on the 25th. They should have way sooner went and approached him way sooner than the 19th of December. They had that car way before that. and they knew who he was way before that, but they didn't. They didn't. And they didn't do the other investigative, what the other investigating that they needed to on the other side of this. They were trying to decide what to do with this situation because there's something bigger being covered up. They didn't know how to handle it. That's what this is about, folks. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I've been screaming that.
You do know that. They had to know that. I'm
absolutely, Terry. Absolutely.
And I'll tell you why. Because if you remember, go back to the interview back at the trailer park with Sean, and he went and talked to the kid. And the kid said, I'm the one that called Washington University and told them to go check the parking lots.
There you go. They knew way before they said they ever knew.
If they actually thought that this guy did it, why would you let him leave the state?
Because they know he didn't, Robert. They know he didn't do this. I'm telling you, they know. God, I wish Eddie was here. They know Brian Koberger is not the one that did this. I'm telling you. In my heart of hearts, I truly can tell you, I feel comfortable saying that they know that. They've known that the whole time.
If they knew 100% that he was involved, they wouldn't allow him to get on the damn road out of the state, period.
Exactly.
And those two traffic stops, one of those stops, he would have been in handcuffs.
It should have been, yeah. And then I think Yvonne just hit the head on the nail that I'm trying to point out to you. Thompson wanted all of that DNA consumed so that the defense could not do their own test.
Yep.
So, bingo.
Yep.
Thank you, Yvonne.
That's why the 3 unknown male DNAs, when they asked for it, Thompson says, "Oh, it doesn't exist.
We can't give you something we don't have, Your Honor." He did it on purpose, you guys. I'm telling you, it makes perfect sense.
Yep.
Period.
I'm on board with you, Dago. You know I am.
That way the defense could not run this. They couldn't prove it or disprove it, for lack of better terms. End of story. It's right there, black and white in front of us, you guys, right there.
And how can Payne say we can't run more than one thing in CODIS? Isn't that what CODIS was made for?
Yes, he's full of
What
shit.
an
He knows
idiot.
he is.
What
He's
an
full of
idiot.
shit and he knows he is.
And why did Sean disappear after that interview?
I don't even know, Terry. I didn't follow him that closely, but maybe because he was told to sit down and shut up. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people that were threatened in this.
Yeah,
I think,
and they still are being. It sounds to me like, from what I'm reading.
I mean, you could be right, Jen, but in that sense, you know, I understand because they'd be consuming the entirety of the DNA. But in most cases, I imagine they just have an ongoing, like just go ahead and do what you got to do. Don't worry about bothering with me. It was made evident in this case that everything they do, they have to contact this man before they do anything. That is very off to me, is all I'm saying.
And why are
And
they
why
not pursue the other DNA people? Why did they not like nobody's saying why did they not pursue the other DNA sample, like the other people? It's like crazy. Like
they're because I'm telling you, folks, it's absolute corrupt. There's something corrupt going on. That's all that I can tell you.
They can just sit there and say to themselves that that's normal. Like I hope they're getting to that point where like
they do what they're supposed to do. I told you there's pawns in this case. They go clock their time card every day. They don't ask questions.
Brian was a patsy and they're screaming checkmate.
They're not. Nobody questions the higher ups because that's their job. You know, that's exactly how I see this at this point, and it's making perfect sense now as to how and why.
Why did we lose 2 chiefs in the middle of this? Both in Washington.
They ran as far away. They ran as far and as fast as they could, Terry, to get the hell away from this mess.
I mean, think about it. We lost 2 chiefs of police in the middle of one of the biggest cases in the ever history. That just doesn't make sense to me.
Why do you think all these people left Moscow and moved on to different jobs, retired, did this? They all did it within the same period of time. That's convenient. I mean, I've never seen Senor Wazowski you work for a police department. Have you ever seen that many people resign or retire all around the same period of time from a law enforcement agency? I don't believe that. It's just convenient to me. I'm sorry.
They couldn't stand. They couldn't work for. Probably they can't do nothing.
They all got away from this case is what I'm imagining they did. They didn't want nothing to do with this. Hence, Fry decided he's retiring to run for sheriff, which he failed at. And then if you're retiring, you're done. But no, now he's now a police chief in a different area in Washington. So what do you mean? You didn't retire. You just got away is what you did. Because they knew this was coming to an end and the shit was going to hit the fan possibly, and nobody wanted to be attached to it when it happened. That's my opinion.
Maybe they can't sleep at night knowing that they might have been a part of something that was so goddamn corrupt and wrong. You know what I mean?
Well, that's part of it, but you still did it. You still did it. They ran as fast as they could to get away from this, in my opinion.
That kind of confirms what I was saying yesterday. That kind of confirms what I was saying yesterday.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It has to be somebody so big that they had to cover this all up because they all was going to lose their careers.
Yeah,
every single one of them.
Hitler said it himself. He said it. He goes, "These are people's jobs we're dealing with, Miss Taylor. That's a pretty serious accusation." Well, guess what? And I'm going to show you this at the end of this. And he played a video this morning that reminded me of it all. Okay, if you didn't see it, you should have. But I'm going to get through this first, but we're getting there. I promise you, we're almost done. It points at that hearing. She replayed it. I forgot about some things too. Go get your copy. Nothing, no worries. But it shows it all. It shows every bit of what happened here.
I want to know who it is. Who is the big fish they're covering up for? That's who. That's what I want to know.
Is it a person or a situation, or both?
Well, see, just like that friend, and I shared the doc with you on stage, Dago. Just like that friend of Maddie's, that was her, also her study buddy, was asked if she used drugs, and he stated that he wasn't aware of her using drugs.
They've all said that. They all have said that, except for one or two. Yeah, good point. I remember doing that or reading that document, Robert. Absolutely interesting, very interesting.
And why would you meet somebody in the basement of the Albertsons building on campus? That's where he would meet Maddie at, is in the basement of the Albertsons building on campus.
Yeah, that's a good question. Very good point. Jen says they needed him to go to Pennsylvania because they had no legal reason to hold him in Idaho. They had to get him crossing state lines, in my opinion.
They did.
That had to make it a grand thing. 100% is that's what they did.
But Washington and Idaho, I mean, that is state line.
It is, but it's a different situation. I see what she's saying though, as if he ran from the situation. You know what I mean?
They wanted to do that perp walk.
Looks like he ran.
They also wanted to do the perp walk with him.
Yeah, that's probably possibly a positive. Yes, I agree. Okay. Somebody asked about the writing or the markings on Dylan's arms. I believe this is what you guys are talking about real quick here. Thank you, SRB. Just to show you real fast. It's writing. Somebody wrote on her, or she wrote on her own arms or something. It says Gideon something there. I can't read the other. I have a couple other ones, but that's what that is, guys.
It looks like it's written with the marker.
Yeah, it says Gideon something. It's hard to read.
Looks like it says Gideon was here.
I think that's what it does say, truly, which is probably somebody messing around, just playing around. But anyway, maybe it says giddy up, Meg. That's good. Totally get what you're saying. I'm just saying that their policy for lab is that if it's Tracy's DNA, it's such a low amount that they have to. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That's absolutely 100%. To use it all up, yes, I agree with you. That is fact. Very true, very true. Welcome, Dylan. Good to see you, buddy. And Widgie. Yes, there are two other pictures, guys. Hold on. This one says, it does say Gideon was here. Hold on. If it'll let me load it. Maybe. What the hell's it doing? Doesn't want to load now. Yeah, it says Gideon, Gideon was here. That's exactly what it says, word for word. This one won't load for some reason. Whoever Gideon is. It's interesting.
Somebody in the comments earlier said Sarah Gideon.
It just
I
says
thought Gideon. I thought somebody said Gideon was from the Vampire Diaries.
I thought that was one of the names. Gideon McLemore is a duagonist character. That's what I thought too, Living Dead Girl. Thank you. And that could have been her friend wrote it on her arm when they were watching the VP that night. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Busy said that's not true. Okay. I could have swore to God that was the name. Somebody told me that was the name of one of the people from Vampire Diaries.
Yeah.
Oh, it's reference to the occult. Okay. Fan fiction. Okay, got you. Either way, that's written on her arm. I never saw it until today either.
She's a nutcase.
Quite a few of these people are.
God.
Gideon is as in the GM from the MPD Report 77. See, that's what I was catching in my mind when I first heard that name. Detective Gideon. Meg says, I think Gideon is Gideon. She thinks Gideon's the new contact, possibly.
Oh, shit.
No, these aren't facts, you guys. These aren't facts, so don't run with it. But we don't know. That's a good catch. Yeah, that's a very good catch, both you guys. All you guys. Could be. All right, back to this. I'm gonna get through this.
No sound, Dago.
No sound.
There's no sound? Jesus. Hey, hang on. Sorry. All right.
Okay. I don't know if they used it all up or not, personally. Okay. We do know they got the killer. And there's yet. Can we use it all? Can we use all the sample? Okay. And rather than the cop saying, like,
is that better, you guys? Shut up.
Yes.
Okay.
Like a case agent, okay, where we would get together.
Yeah, that part was redacted. Sorry.
In our experience and say, hey, Captain, Lieutenant, whatever my bosses, hey, here's where we are.
Is the extent of the injuries to all the victims, your daughter included. It feels like the investigators and Thompson lessened the extent of the injuries because we were all shocked more recently about them. And I don't.
How about that point? Remember how we all were saying this scene does not at all seem to be what we expected, all that kind of stuff. Like she's hitting a lot of points.
I know. I feel like she wasn't on her. She's going to go around, like saying not in a accusatory way. I guess you know what I'm saying. It's not saying it in an accusatory way, but kind of like pointing it out. I don't know. I'm starting to catch.
She's calling it all out. She's calling it bullshit out.
Yeah.
And yeah, there was no. We covered that the other day with Annie. Like they didn't swab the sheath snap. Okay,
that's crazy.
So how'd you get his DNA? Tell me that. Where'd you get it at? They did not. They show it on there. They didn't swab the inside of the snap like they claimed that they did. If you read the documents, very interesting. All right, on we go. Make sure you have sound this time.
Want to get into it because it's got to be very difficult for you guys. But the fact that the prosecutor did that, and I feel like that had we known, we meaning you guys, it doesn't matter what we think, you're the victim's family. If you had known what you know now, collectively the information, now you guys made your voices heard and he did the plea deal anyway, but I can't help but thinking, does it feel like everything was lessened? And if so, what reason do you think they lessened it in order to do the plea deal route?
I 100% think that it was lessened from the beginning. I mean, because we
I don't know if you guys heard what Karen just said, but let me repeat that real quick.
The plea deal anyway, but I can't help but thinking, does it feel like everything was lessened? And if so, what reason do you think they lessened it in order to do the plea deal route?
I 100% think that it was lessened from the beginning. I mean, because we had several chances. Well, you know, there were several points in the investigation that we had talked with the coroner.
Karen is saying that they lessened when they put it out to the public. They lessened the severity of the injuries and the wounds because they kind of did.
Kathy Mabbitt once, and then basically Bill Thompson and his team, the prosecution never really gave us anything because of the gag order. So then our next point was when the gag order was dropped, we were able to talk to the investigators the day before.
But he asked us to make a plea without even telling us what happened.
Yeah, the plea. So
this guy's a piece of.
We started asking them, like, we still don't know how many times Kaylee has been stabbed. You know, like we're writing victim.
And that's what they're saying is that Thompson went to them and asked them if they could take a plea deal, but never explained to them how severe the injuries were to Ethan, to the, the experimental injuries, the carving of his legs, all that kind of stuff. They never mentioned that when they brought forth, can we take a plea deal?
Well, they were taking
Well, that's what I'm saying is they never said any of that stuff to the family. They just said, what do you think about a plea deal? And they never even gave them a chance to respond. They just did it over the weekend. That's interesting.
Shame.
Impact statements. Can you tell us? And he said, no, because the plea deal still stands. And that was within like days of it getting, but there was a date for it to get dropped. And if it gets dropped on this date, we could maybe arrange for you guys to talk to investigators really fast. So that did get dropped, and we did talk to investigators really fast.
So think about that. They're asking us to make a plea deal, to accept it, and they still haven't told us what has happened to our child. It's absolutely unacceptable. He's disgusting.
That's true. That's very true. And Kathy just said if they released the true injuries, I feel that people would have doubted even more the possibility of a single perpetrator, in my opinion, could not occur in 7 to 8 minutes. 100%, Kathy. That's another reason I think that they withheld that. I agree with you. Very good point. Very good point, and very unacceptable. Yes, Kat.
Prosecutor. We had no idea what had happened to our own child, let alone, and I argue, I need to know the totality of everything he did. I need to know what he did to Ethan. I need to know what Xana went through. I don't want to hear it,
Right.
but I have to honor their sacrifice to make a plea deal, to make a deal. For him to rob us all of that just shows what a worth. This is why the FBI fled that town. We had 61 FBI officers. They took off and left. This guy had done things that they couldn't support. They couldn't stand, and they got out of there. And I wish I could have.
There you go. Now we're hearing that the FBI bolted too, not to mention everybody within Moscow, PD, ISP, all three agencies had people take off and got the hell out of Dodge. That's interesting, you guys. That is so interesting. Thank you, SRB guys. Please make sure to subscribe to Miss Cassie, please. What's that?
I like it's good to hear that he knows Dylan's a liar. You know.
Of course.
I didn't know that. To see if it
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
I was like, you're not that bothered all the time.
Yeah. Now I hate to say it, you guys, but this interview is probably one of the it's telling. It's probably one of the most telling interviews we've seen since sentencing hearing. I'll be honest with you. This interview.
Their face alone.
Yeah. Oh, you can tell they're being told things they've never heard yet, folks. And this is 3 years in after the sentencing. The man's in prison already. That's crazy. It's okay, Candy. I'm happy that you're here. Grateful to see you. Robert, congrats. Happy day anniversary on 3 months, my friend. Kathy said, I don't know. Bougie BK would have to push an appeal, but my public push the pressure on someone to look. Yeah, it needs to happen. Welcome, by the way, Bougie. I appreciate you being here. Mystica, welcome to you as well. Why though? That's right, Christina. That's it. The why. That is where the corruption is lying, is underneath that word. Why? Thank you for the links. SRB, very much appreciate.
Got my child out of this case. I wish I could have ripped Kaylee out of this case and said, we're taking her out of here. This dude isn't the right guy, but I didn't have that.
I think that honestly is what I think. I think it was to protect and to dumb it all down, was to protect the university.
Sorry, there's no sound again. I don't know what's going on. Hold on.
That right there when he just said this guy is not the guy. Did you hear him? He said this is not the guy. Steve just said he just said he's not the right guy. Thank God. Rewind that real quick.
I will.
Finally. Sorry. Thank God.
All right, hang on.
I thought he was talking about Bill Thompson, not Bert.
Yeah, I think that's what he meant too, but that's all right. We can play it back. It's all good. I did it. I rewound. Yeah, they're helping by accident. Good point, David. Something the university is a usual suspect. Good point. You guys are all really making good points today. And like I said, this is interesting as hell. Very interesting. All right, let's try this again with sound again. All right, hopefully that's going to give you the sound. I'm sorry.
does it feel like everything was lessened? And if so, what reason do you think they lessened it in order to do the plea deal route?
I 100% think that it was lessened from the beginning. I mean, because we had several chances. There were several points in the investigation that we had talked with the coroner, Kathy Mabbitt, once, and then basically Bill Thompson and his team, the prosecution never really gave us anything because of the gag order. So then our next point was when the gag order was dropped, we were able to talk to the investigators the day before.
But he asked us to make a plea without even telling us what happened.
Yeah, the plea. So
this guy's a piece of.
We started asking them, like, we still don't know how many times Kaylee has been stabbed. You know, like we're writing victim impact statements. Can you tell us? And he said, no, because the plea deal still stands. And that was within like days of it getting, but there was a date for it to get dropped. And if it gets dropped on this date, we could maybe arrange for you guys to talk to investigators really fast. So that did get dropped, and we did talk to investigators really fast.
So think about that. They're asking us to make a plea deal, to accept it, and they still haven't told us what's happened to our child. It's absolutely unacceptable. He's a disgusting prosecutor. We had no idea what had happened to our own child, let alone, and I argue, I need to know the totality of everything he did. I need to know what he did to Ethan. I need to know what Xana went through. I don't want to hear it, but I have to honor their sacrifice to make a plea deal, to make a deal. For him to rob us all of that just shows what a worth. This is why the FBI fled that town. We had 61 FBI officers. They took off and left. This guy had done things that they couldn't support. They couldn't stand, and they got out of there. And I wish I could have got my child out of this case. I wish I could have ripped Kaylee out of this case and said, we're taking her out of here. This dude isn't the right guy, but I didn't have that.
I think that honestly is what I think. I think it was to protect and to dumb it all down was to protect the university. I mean, that's personally what I think. Like they, the whole University of Idaho murders, that was shedding bad light. That was shedding, and they're all U of I alum over there in Moscow. Other than that, I don't know why they would not have wanted the truth come out. And as hard as it is for us to speak about the truth, we have came out and we have spoke about the truth of what we know happened to Kaylee. I think that reading those papers saying that Kaylee was unrecognizable,
lost teeth, all that stuff has to play a part in the plea deal. And if you don't do it, you should be fired. You have a job as a prosecutor to take the totality of the actions of a killer and play them into your decision making. And when you literally say it doesn't matter, then you should be fired. And Thompson should be fired.
I don't know how he could have looked at those pictures of the kids the way they were and not said from the very beginning, I am going all the way with this.
There was a case.
I don't care.
They're sleeping in their beds.
I don't care.
He's a weak ass.
There's nothing that is going to prevent me. I am not playing games with this guy. I'm not making plea deals with him. No. So what was it? Was he tired? Was he lazy?
Was he already retired? Does he have Alzheimer's, which we've heard?
Was he protecting, the University of Idaho and trying to take the light off that? Because I mean, obviously, University of Idaho runs that town. Its well-being is very important for that town to run. I don't know. I don't know, but how can my daughter?
And at this point, folks, I think it needs to be demanded and mandatorized that every case that Thompson has overseen needs to be looked back through 100%. I think they need to go back and look at every damn case that he has covered in 30 years and look at how it's been handled and how it was prosecuted 100%. I guarantee you will find many other situations that are just like this. put this piece of shit in prison. This is absolute prosecutorial misconduct in absolutely every situation, in every way. In this case, I promise you there's more, folks. There's way more. He was way too comfortable in this case doing what he was doing for this to be the first time he's ever done it. That's a promise I'll make to you. 1,000,000%.
Daughter be unrecognizable to 3 different officers that walked in and said the lady on the left was unrecognizable.
Karen down here in the right corner is Chris's wife, you guys, for those of you that didn't know. And yeah, 100%. The Miser case, which is a statute for all the alternate perps in this case, and another dude confessed in that case. Miser is still in jail as far as I remember, but that is a big deal. You also have the other situation with was it a chiropractor? And there's many other situations. I guarantee you, folks, that if they were to pull these cases, they would find misconduct in every single one of them, I bet. I could almost guarantee it.
I think that reading that
Stop pleading with
on
this.
that.
This is a terrorist. This is a psychopath.
Changed me. All this has changed me in different ways. That day, I'll never forget the moment where we were at. We were in the car when I read that. And I think that I kind of went back into some shock on that day. And I don't know if I'm still completely out of it. It is crazy the way that shock and grief work. I think it's God's way of protecting us from just this information. But knowing what Kaylee went through, and then after that report, we actually got her actual autopsy report.
I'd say the only time Thompson
I
would
don't see how somebody could plead.
The only way Thompson supports a death penalty is if it's his son was killed. That's the kind of man he
Maybe.
is. That's the only one.
We don't know.
The guy who plays in the band with, he plays in the band with his son.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's another thing. I'm sure most of you knew this, but Thompson never supported the death penalty, ever. And you're prosecuting a case regarding it. I don't believe that. That's a conflict of interest. I'm sorry.
If his son died, then he'd support it. But that's the kind of justice system we have here in
I guess you
Lake
could
Tahoe
be
County.
a prosecutor in the state of Idaho and not believe in capital punishment. You would think that'd be a.
It's the only county that we have that's weak like this.
Lake Tahoe County.
Gary, what are your thoughts listening? And by the way, thank you for that. That's raw emotion, because that is what you're feeling and where you are in your life right now. And this is one of the things that I'm so grateful that we're having this program tonight, because this is the other side. Now, we're on the other side. This is what happens when the system doesn't take into account the totality of victims and their families. You guys, you have a voice for your sweet daughter. And I know you're speaking for all of them, but all of us handle it so differently. But those, again, we go back to this minutia moment, like you just shared, Christy. You know, a new document dump, you're reading it, and boom, it takes you right back to the very moment. That's what we're talking about, Gary, right?
Well, let me just make a quick point before Gary. You know, part of what we were told in the public for the plea deal was, well, we want to spare the families, the long appeals process. We want to spare them all this stuff. Well, everything they said they wanted to spare is happening for a lack of trial, because now we have to drip.
That's a good point.
They gave out our dead kids. They gave out the bloody scenes of our children right off the bat. They threw that out first. Before any courtroom, any things that they did, we're still getting that out. But the first thing they gave was the blood and guts. That's what they gave. They threw that out. And
one other thing I want to point out, guys, and this is all based on your own perception, okay? There is a grand possibility that what these two are saying is not 100% true. Okay, that's already been proven that they've done that before, but they've claimed that they didn't know certain things, and they absolutely do. Okay, please just keep that slightly in the back of your mind here, just as a possibility. Okay, you can't take everything they say as 100% fact because they've done this before. The point is what Karen has said is all true, whether they know it or not. We now know that somebody else is coming forward and making a point and a statement that they do know, okay, that it is known, and what the prosecution and law enforcement has done, absolutely illegal bullshit, absolute corrupted bullshit. Whether they know it or not, they're saying they don't know a lot of this stuff. It is what it is. You perceive it how you will. I'm not telling you how to see it, but understand they've said that before, and it turned out that they did know these things. So remember that just as a keynote. That's all I'm saying.
And all the families agreed. We don't need to have the
So that was
children.
a fight. That was a battle.
All the families
Logan
agreed.
family
We don't
and
need to
Chapin
see
family
this.
fought. And
This stuff doesn't need to come out. And they said, guess what? We're going to lead with. We're going to lead with what the families all agree shouldn't be out. And then we'll start leaking all this stuff out afterwards. Hopefully, if we give them that, then, the people will stop paying attention to this. If we just give them the blood and guts, maybe they all go away. And maybe that worked. I don't know.
no,
But,
It did.
well, I don't know what the viewership is anymore. I don't really care.
I don't know.
All I know is we all agreed, let's not let out the freaking crime scene with all the blood and guts. And they're like, oh, yeah, we agree, Steve. We all agree. You guys all are on the same page. And then that's what they led with.
I think the descriptions were enough. They didn't need to put out any photos. I mean, at least,
Yeah.
I mean, unrecognizable is unrecognizable.
We had to sue. We literally had to sue to
Well,
make them do the right
The
thing.
Mogan family and the Chapin family did, but they covered both rooms. So we were like, it's covered. This is a battle. We don't have to, chomp, which
No,
was,
we were all on the same page.
we were all
Yeah, we looked at the photos here, Krista, a couple times.
on the same page. Yes.
No body.
It's, yeah, we're
Yeah.
frustrated.
The bodies were blurred out, but we did see the photographs. Yeah.
We're definitely frustrated. And every time we see these things that get released and fingernails and all this stuff, and they don't even tell us what's going on, just goes to show that their loyalty is to what we've already seen a book where they bragged about being part of the investigation. U of I literally said, we're part of the investigation. We handle crisis management. We were there. We knew all about this. We helped them deal with it. We decided to destroy the crime scene. I mean, I think it's pretty clear to the outside community what's really going on. And they've done a terrible job of handling it. And hopefully when it's all said and done, we can live with it and make sure that we make a system that protects the community. Stuff like this doesn't happen anymore. Because Idaho's a great, beautiful state, and we don't have a lot of crime. And the reason why they didn't know what to do is because we hadn't had a murder in 7 years.
Right.
So we want that. That's the good thing about it. But when mistakes are slapping you in the face, you literally look at it and you either decide to do something about it or ignore it and then just keep doing it over and over. And I'm not going to let them ignore it. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to hold them accountable and say, you're going to learn from these 4 victims, and we're going to make the system better. And I'm going to force you. I'm going to force you to do the right thing.
Yeah, and I think it's important. It is important for the public. I mean, we are so sorry that your family has to go through this, and it's ongoing. It's like it doesn't get to end. It's important for the public to see the actions, in this case, by the prosecutor, and we'll put the investigators, but mostly the prosecutor in there. It's important for people to see what that decision has done. Chris, your thoughts?
Gary?
Well, first of all, one of the reasons I'm so horrified about the idea of the images becoming available to anybody is the idea that the images can become available to the killer. And for somebody with these kinds of what I think are his motivations, that is the worst possible thing that you could do. Chris, wouldn't you agree? I mean, that's The idea.
But
there he is again, asking for people to accept his theory. This guy's a lame-o. Seriously.
I need to tell you right now, he's already got them.
Well, that disturbs me immensely, because if you're a fantasy-oriented person,
right,
the idea of that is horrifying. There was an offender years ago who was described in the first book that was done by my mentor, which I did the second book building on it, and he received a kind of I don't know what to call it, a fan letter from one of the most notorious serial killers in American history. And the fan letter contained a computer printed image from the crime, autographed. The idea of these things disgusts me to no end. So I just want to put it out there that I'm sure that was also going through your mind, the indignity of that. So that's the kind of thing that bothers me, is that you have to leave the legal realm and think.
It just doesn't make any.
From the governor's office in Idaho.
Sorry, I had to skip over him. I can't handle Mercado. So on we go.
Idaho to the Idaho State Police, because it's a university of the state, University of Idaho. Okay. And then say, well, how much did you spend? Well, and Karen, how much did they spend?
Well, it's even worse. It was the governor of Idaho pledged it to the University of Idaho. Okay. So there is a distinction. And they told us this week, out of that $1 million pledged, they got billed for like $435,000. Okay. So but why, it just doesn't make any sense. The University of Idaho should have been nowhere near the investigation. It was Moscow.
What have I been screaming for 3 years, you guys? That there's no reason that Scott Green should have been involved in any of this investigation. That's no different than me or Krista or anybody else fitting in on an investigation, because you're nobody of an importance to this. You're not a law enforcement official. You should have been nowhere near this. That's absolutely a fact. And there it is, right there.
Go PD.
Yeah, they handed $1 million to the University of Idaho. The governor's office did. Karen, that's what I love about this girl. She is just a bulldog. Karen reaches out and says, hey, you guys, it's public funds. You guys got $1 million. What did you do with that money, and how much have you spent? Well, U of I right now has reported they've only spent $435,000. Okay, well, where's the rest?
Well, and even still, what'd they spend it on? Where'd that money go?
Yeah,
I mean,
right. It's snowball fights with ISP
ridiculous.
And the students.
It doesn't make any sense that that it would. It just seems like the university. It just stinks what we're seeing. Go ahead, Steve.
I know Idaho's politicians. I mean, we got Brad a little. We have some really amazing politicians, and money's not the issue.
Right.
If you come and you kill our highly educated people, we will spend as much money as it takes.
Obviously not.
To find you. Yes. No. I believe our politicians 100% believe in that.
I don't.
And that's okay. But when you get to a university, when you get down to the microeconomics of a community, they dictate where that money actually goes and what's going on and how that investigation is going. But the upper management and the governing of Idaho, we don't care how much it costs to prevent somebody coming from the East Coast to kill our kids. We will spend all that money and find those people. I guarantee you that's how our government sees
Why
it.
why did they give the money to the university? Why didn't they give it to ISP?
Because that's who said they needed it. And you have to trust the local
What were
people.
they saying they needed it for? I mean, I think I've seen the
COVID.
the accounting. No, but this didn't have anything to do with COVID.
It was during the exact same time of COVID. And it was
No,
during
COVID was
Thanksgiving.
2020. This was 2022. COVID had nothing to do with it. And is what I remember they put up on there. There was very little for counseling that they put out. there was some
It was supposed to be room and board for police officers.
room and board for
Right,
police
for
officers,
state
which I
police.
thought,
That didn't make any sense either. You own the
no, I didn't
school.
understand
They own the
Yeah.
dorms. I mean, that was weird.
Yeah, I was like,
When the FBI showed up, there was a lot of amazing work and a
Yeah,
lot
absolutely.
of hard,
I'm not saying that there
dedicated
wasn't.
people. I mean,
Okay,
I want to keep it in the right perspective there.
well, I don't agree with, I don't know why the money went to University of Idaho.
I
That's-
think you're both right. I think you're both right. But what was happening from, let's say 2 lanes here, right? You've got the criminal investigative lane and you've got the political lane, right? And it's a state university. The whole town, the economy, all of that has to be taken into consideration, right? But, from a grassroots level, I guess where I'm coming from is the investigators should have ignored all of that noise.
Yeah,
Okay.
You have to.
1000%. And what they should have done was focused on, okay, what do we have? And we can check them off, right? The car, the sheath, the other stuff. Okay. And that's what they should have been doing. But what they were doing, to your point, Steve, is they were checking in with the university. They were checking in with the district attorney's office. Hey, we're about ready to do this. Do we have your permission? Okay. That's
Can
where
we destroy the crime scene?
well, that's the point. They moved.
Can we destroy it? You're asking the university because you've made this weird orchestration, so they end up getting it gifted to them.
Exactly.
And they hired, the universities hired who killed our kids. And they're telling us, oh, it's crime of passion.
Everybody's safe.
It's an isolated thing. This house, this party house. These kids did everything to get themselves killed. No, you hired a psychopath killer. You didn't properly vet him. Then he killed people in your community and you made it look like it was a party house. And that's why they got killed.
You are 1,000,000% correct. And that is the lane that to your point, that was the tunnel vision that I'm talking about. Okay. They went down that lane and, they weren't teachable. They're still not teachable to this day. You are experiencing it in real time post conviction of this guy, i.e., he said, I did it. Okay. But now, every time more documents start coming, okay, it's taking you back, to day one, because that day will never go away. And that's what people don't understand. And that's why I'm really grateful that you guys are here and that this is a safe place to express how you feel to the public, because you have every right in the world to do that. And, we all come at this from our own, experiences and levels of life. And we're applying it into what we've seen. Okay. And what we saw here were 2 trains. We have the political train, and the universities are attached to that train as well. The politicians are attached to that train. But then you have the investigative trains. You have the FBI. You have Moscow. You have ISP. You have the lab people. You have Ortham in Texas. You have all of these other trains going. This train going down this track. Okay. The problem is, at some point, and it was early on in the investigation, I will, from my perspective looking at it, they got on the same track. And when that happened, you guys were pushed out of the train station. Okay. Because you were saying, hey, wait a minute. I'm waiting for the 8:15, and you guys are saying the 12:15 is coming. Well, what happened to the other 4 hours? Okay. And that's why when you started asking your own questions, what should have happened is the investigative team should have got together and say, Christy, Steve, let's sit down. Let me tell you where we're at and why we're here. I can't give you all the details. You understand that. And you would have done just what you did. Shook your head. Okay. Okay. However, here's what we have. And I would tell you, and we would tell you, this happens every single day in the United States. Okay. And I'm not saying that the investigators didn't want to do that or haven't done that, I'm saying somebody stopped them early, and it wasn't the investigative team. It was somebody behind the curtain, the wizard, moving all of the levers. And I'm going to put a lot on the U of I president, because simultaneously he's writing a book, okay, while there's a gag order, okay, and he's talking, and I read that. Go ahead.
They're not part of the gag order, but they try to throw the families. Like, we can't talk about our kids, but the
That's
university can talk about it.
Right, exactly. And that's
they're part of the investigation.
Yeah, great point. Yeah, solid. And I mean, how does it make you feel today? Well, we know how it makes you feel today, but we can't imagine what it felt like when you were seeing it play out in real time. And this, dirtbag hasn't even pled yet. Okay. And they have all of this information tucked back there, and we're going to go get this guy, rah, rah, rah. Okay. Oh, by the way, it's over. Okay. Thanks, guys. See you later. And we're going on a movie tour or whatever the deal is going to be. Right. Meanwhile, the horror is you're experiencing it. And Gary, am I off?
They still hadn't explained everything that happened to our kids, and they went and did a media tour and treated the freaking cameras better than they treated the victims' families. That's what they did. And they just actually met somebody who wasn't going to put up with it. They met a family that was going to put their freaking stake in the ground and say, if you're going to be this disrespectful to us, if you're going to be this disgusting and gross to our family, then I'm going to have to call you out. I'm going to have to sit here and do hour-long interviews over and over and over. And I'm going, luckily for him, he's 70 some years old. His career's over. It's probably why he was given the case and not somebody with a younger, that would have been like, didn't want to ruin their career. Thompson obviously didn't care. He's at the point where he's going to retire. He's willing to take it for the team, and the team is going to be those universities there. But everybody sees through this. Everybody looks at these facts and looks at, like,
well, hopefully
Charlie Kirk has got more transparency in his case in like the first 24 hours than we had in 2 years. I mean, we've seen him running on the roof. We've seen him with the gun in his back pocket, down his thing, and he's limping. We see all that stuff. We see his text messages. We see all that stuff. But this case somehow needs to be treated
top secret,
way more secretive. It's like, come on.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you right up front, in my experience, put your seatbelts on. Because there's more coming, and it's going to be very emotional. That is going to, and Gary, I want you to address that piece of the puzzle, because he's not done, right or wrong.
No, the offender. No. This will be a game for a long time.
And it's going to be in his mind, and Steve and Christy in his mind. Okay. Talk to Gary because we get these guys. Okay. And he is just beginning. He's just beginning. And I know that's hard to hear, but I would do you a disservice to lie to you. Okay.
I appreciate that. I wish Thompson would have done the same.
Gary, where do you think he's going now that the movie piece of garbage is in the pipeline?
Okay. Well, first of all, part of the reason that the plea deal play him, instead of glad you have this opportunity to ask you.
I just want to hide from it all. Everything is terrifying. Everything is scary. Everything hurts. Everything reminds me of Kaylee. But it just is a constant reminder that she is not here, and everything seems like to be a triggering point, a dog barking, white cars, and you just go out and you just want to put like blinders on. I mean, the word November,
I got it.
the 13th,
fingernails, trying to tell us there's fingernail clippings of our child. The things that they did to our child without even telling us, like
It's just hard.
you
It's
think
all
your
hard.
kid, your kid gets murdered, and you think that you'd know that they were traveled to another state without without you even knowing. Like, why is our kid in another state right now? We didn't even know. It's wild to know that, all these things are so hard to keep track of. But we have a couple sticks in the fire. We're not your average victims. We're not your average family that we've already changed laws, and we'll keep changing them. And we're gonna fight this. We're gonna punch this guy right in his face when it's all said and done.
Not in person.
Not in person, obviously.
Yeah,
But this guy is motivated the wrong family, and when this is all said and done, the next family will have less things to worry about in Idaho because of what this piece of trash has done to our kids. And we're laying some foundations that we can build on, and everybody in our community can use and understand that it's a better system. Even though we don't have to deal with murder every year or every 2 years or every 5 years, when it does happen, we'll put some things in place to make sure that people don't fall through the cracks, that have 13 investigations of people complaining on them, saying that they're a psychopath, and people refuse to do something about it because they're scared and they're weak and they're pathetic, like Thompson, and they get well paid and they don't have any accountability like us in the normal world. If we don't do our jobs, we get fired, but a prosecutor never gets fired. So we got some work to do, but
I believe, Whitney, is because they took the victims' bodies to Spokane for the autopsies, and it's in Washington instead of Idaho. I think that's what he's talking about. That's the only thing I know of.
this is the family to make sure that work gets done.
Well, as I sit here and listen to you, and we've spoken before, and it's always, I marvel that even in the depths of despair, the two of you still think about the effects on other people.
We get signs. I think that we just have our memories, and
I'm sorry, guys. I keep skipping Mercado because I can't handle what he says. It's just ridiculousness and bullshit. So that's why I'm jumping ahead. I'm just missing his stuff, nothing else.
and my no with my
Your
faith
faith.
in God.
Yeah.
That
Knowing that we got someone, there's a lot of families out there who've gone through something like this and they don't have a person, and that would.
Welcome to the sauce, Richard. Welcome back. Good to have you here. Appreciate that very much. It's great to have you back in the sauce with us. And yeah, he's absolutely elected, typically 100%.
Have destroyed our family, and I think that lets me know that Kaylee was rewarded.
Yes,
to be here on Earth, to go through all this drama. You turn on the TV, it only takes you 10, 15 minutes to see how much chaos is going on. To be able to go to the next level is a reward, and I truly believe that she had learned enough on this planet that she was able to go on. I'm still learning. I'm still figuring it out. Obviously, I've got anger issues, so I'm still here learning. She figured it out a little bit earlier. So did Maddie. These other victims, they were able to go on to that next level, and college was a great learning experience. But they were able to learn from life a lot faster than I was, or our family was. And
Yeah.
grateful.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris, please.
No, I don't want to correct Steve, but I don't think he has anger issues. I think he is, a great dad.
Yeah, I don't think Thompson would agree with you.
Well, that's his problem, right? That's his problem. And I'm gonna step away just for a minute. I gotta go get a book. I have a poem that has helped me. My wife will tell you that has helped when I had those days where, anyway, it's going to take me literally.
Guys receive that, you hear about it through social media and whatnot. And I know you've got, seems like a wonderful support system around you as well. And there's just so many people who are in your camp and have been in awe of your strength, have been infuriated along the way as as people in the public watching what your family has had to go through. And there's just a lot of people who care that you'll never meet in person. And I know that won't help and doesn't necessarily help with the unbearable grief that you both deal with, but at least I think it's gratifying to see that. It's gratifying to see that piece of it. It's a small piece. It's a very small piece, but you guys have to have.
Finally, when the sea and the sky meet, she slips silently from our sight. And someone near me says, there she goes. Gone
And Sally sees seashells by the sea.
where? Gone from sight. That is all. She is still as large in mass and hull and sail, still just as able to hear and to load. And we can be sure that just as we say, there she's gone, another says, here she comes. I have read that poem a million times.
I've been telling her we got to buy a sail ship, so you just told her.
A sailboat.
Sailboat, yeah. So we're going to have to get one now.
Okay. So, right? I mean,
I was just going to say, I believe that I've heard that before, and it is about the Titanic. 100% Fox.
It's just
bounce each other out. Two good friendships.
There's no sound again. Good God. Hold on.
You know, that poem, that beautiful poem that Chris wrote, which is by Henry Van Dyke. Henry Van Dyke. And Van Dyke. Oh, yeah. Van Dyke, a thread of goodness, meaning out of it. And then.
Because if you're serving, you are leading. And it'll all fall into place. So I'm going to, as tradition here for Karen and I, is you get the last word. But before Karen and I step out here, and Dr. B, I want to thank you, hopefully on behalf of all the people in this chat, for your courage, for your willingness to share your story in such a way that it empowers other victims' families going forward.
Yes.
And that you will continue to take that power, that dominance and control away from him and maintain it yourself into however you plug that in to your life circumstances with your children. Today, I know you got a tremendous amount of amazing events ahead of you with graduations, with potentially, relationships and all the other stuff that comes along with life. And that cute puppy who has been an amazing sound effect through this entire
3D.
Oh, we love it. Absolutely love it. So that's my 2 cents. Karen, honey, anything from you?
I couldn't have said it better myself. No, I echo Chris's sentiments. We love and support your family. I think we echo what many, many, many people out there are feeling. We're grateful. I mean, your strength and your courage and your passion is, contagious. Of course, you're helping somebody else out there, other people. Again, unseen hands. And thank you for coming on and being willing to share your thoughts, your feelings. We know this is so difficult and painful, but yet at the same time, we hope that it helps you continue to have your voice out there, continue to be a strength for your family and other people. And we look forward to having you back on in the future as well.
We will never get tired of listening to you talk about Kaylee, ever. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Gary, any last thoughts? And then the three of us are going to step out and leave it to Steve and Christy for the final word, and then we go to Hawaii.
Well, I guess all I'll say is, first of all, thank you for this very much. I guess
I can take us to Hawaii and just say, let's go to Hawaii, and then we'll be off here. Okay, so stand by.
Okay.
Get the ugly one off last. Yeah.
We just want to thank everybody, Chris and Karen and Dr. Bricado. They've always been amazing to us. Just so thoughtful and understanding and compassionate. It's a good to have a voice that we could be heard and understood. We love you all that pray for us, and we feel your love. We feel your prayers, and we love you all more than ever. So bye from baby, bye from me, and let's go to Hawaii.
All right, well, we're back from Hawaii, and wow, that was wild. That was really wild. It was very informative in my opinion. By the way, that was hilarious. Kathy, in the words of NSYNC, I love it. And there is Lucy. Finally, good to see you, dear. Quite informative in some ways. A lot of stuff we knew already. Very interesting. I gotta say, I am grateful to hear some of what Karen brought to the table tonight in this interview today. In this interview, yes, I live in Hawaii. That's right, Lucy. You got it, 100%. But yeah, very, very interesting in that aspect. Again, folks, the link is pinned. If anybody wants to pop up here and discuss any of what we heard today, let's do it. If not, I understand. Hemisphere's still up here. Everybody else left us to do what they had to do.
No, that's fine. Let them go. Let them go, Dago.
But any thoughts on what you've seen or heard besides what you've already stated, my friend?
I think it's. I have a question. What do you think? There was some good news that came out of this, and I think,
well, to some extent, yeah, I know what you're saying.
do you think it's might be eye-opening more for them to
Maybe
push the issue?
Like I said, one of the things we need to remember is a lot of things that they have claimed that they didn't know. They've done that before, okay? And then it turned around, ended up being that they did know it. So I don't know, but I will say one thing. When the 5 people was brought up, they did seem to catch a new kind of interest on that. And we're both like, wait, what? And then, some of these things were, I believe they weren't told and it wasn't shared with them. Good to see you, by the way, Richard. Thanks for joining us. But yeah, there's that. But, all the other stuff, it is what it is. I think it's been what it is. We know who Bill Thompson is. We've known who Bill Thompson is from the beginning. We know that he's a piece of garbage. We know that he's the worst probable prosecutor in the states, in the union. The worst probable prosecutor you would want on your case. He's worthless, folks. And I still agree and believe that I think at this point, with everything we know about what has happened from the prosecution in this case, I think that it needs to be demanded and mandatorized that they need to go back and look through every case that Bill Thompson has covered. Because I can almost promise you they will find some of the same situational stuff that we've seen in this case. And I think at that point in time, the man, I don't give a fuck if he's 71 or 101, needs to be prosecuted for what he did and needs to sit in prison. That's my opinion. Truly, that's my opinion. What's up, Dylan?
What's up?
Smartass, how are you? Wait, what was that? Oh, sorry. I'm just kidding. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I do truly believe that Thompson needs to be investigated. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. If it's been proven what he is, who he is, and what he's not. And that's a prosecutor. He's not a prosecutor. He's a joke. Okay. 30 plus years experience. The man's only taken 3 trials, three cases to trial. And I even question those 3. The rest of this stuff you've taken plea deals on, Bill. I want to know every detail in every one of them cases. And I want you investigated, you piece of shit. Because that's proof to me what you did here. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry for my language, guys. But anyway, I'm so aggravated right now. It's not funny. But go ahead, Dylan. And Jennings too. Yes, Woman Power.
I'm trying to wrap my head around how knowing with the Goncalves is being treated the way that they are saying that they are being treated, they can sit there and and pretty much go on the whole spiel on how corrupt they are, how evil they are, and believe that they got the right guy.
I'm telling you at this point, and I've said this for a while now. I bet you are, Fancy. I bet you are, Fancy. I think that they realize and know that they don't have the right guy. But think about that, Dylan. Do you realize what would have to happen for them to backpedal all the way back through what they've stated about Brian already and how everything's been presented from their side of things about Brian? Nope. That would not be a good look. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. And they don't have, truly, honest to God, if you believe what they were saying, if you believe it, they don't have anything else to hold on to as far as any kind of closure, as far as any kind of a suspect. And if you imagine going through what they've gone through with the loss and not having anything other than what they were handed, like what else is there? Just saying, if you believe that.
And then, and at least with what I've seen of the interview, now the question begs, when did the FBI and the ISP bolt?
It's probably right towards the end of the what do you call it? That's a good question though. I'm gonna guess when the plea deal was put out, they ran for the hills because they don't want to be part of any of this. And that'll tell you something. If they left, why did they run? I wonder why they ran when this all came down to be what it was, because they know the truth and don't want nothing to do with it. Think about it.
Did they leave when the PCA came out? Did they leave when Koberger's name came back? Did they show up for a couple days and then bolt? And the other question is, did they run because they knew how twisted this case was going to go? Did they run because the angry villagers ran them out? I mean, out of fear of the town being exposed for the absolute cult of cowards that they are.
Right. Good question. Well, we saw MPD do it. Moscow PD, many people resigned, retired, and transferred jobs. And then, from my understanding, some transfers happen within ISP. And then the FBI runs. So I gotta be, I don't know. Good question. Very good question.
I mean, somebody has got to come forward and say, hey, I worked on this case from the FBI or ISP. Here's what happened.
I would love to see that happen. I would love to see a handful, just like with Delphi. There were at least 3 officers that I know that held back from everybody else and did their own thing because they believed in something. One of them, unfortunately, lost his life during that, but there's other 2 that believed in what they believed in, and they ended up, in my opinion, being right. So, that would be interesting to see somebody step up and say, this is what happened. This is the truth. Here's this and this and this. but it seems like everybody's afraid to do that. And once again, like I told you guys, Bill Thompson is the leader of the pack. He's the top dog, and nobody seems to want to shoulder him. You know what I mean? Let Cash Patel get into this. There you go. Maybe they were pulled back by him.
I mean, they would have pulled out far before he would have took over.
I would imagine, yeah. Maybe it needs to be. I'm telling you, the Department of Justice needs to take a look at this, and they need to step in and say, "Hey, something's wrong here, 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 and here," and they need to investigate it. Period. And, you know, that's why I'm curious about this other investigation going on about the leaks. If that's truly happening, folks, if that investigation is really going down as we speak, like they claim that it has been, I imagine they're going to find other things besides just a leak that is, you know, misconduct and things like that they would point out, I would hope. And if that's the case, oh boy. But will it come out? Because again, Bill Thompson's the one that put together the special prosecutor for that. Just saying. May never see or hear anything from it.
Which is absolutely insane.
It is. I wouldn't be surprised, but yes, you are absolutely correct.
I mean, it's just like with the Kylie Rodney case. I mean, the case is open, so they don't have to release anything, and it's gonna stay that way.
Yeah, I agree, and that's another sad situation. It truly is. Very much so. Between that, what we saw there with the investigation, okay, and hold on a minute here.
There you go. Forgive me for my ignorance, but I legit got a question.
Go for it.
If the FBI and the state did pull out of this investigation early, knowing that the FBI and the state holds a town like Moscow to a legal standard. In other words, if something shady comes along, and the FBI will step in and say, look, we'll put a stop to that. Right.
But if they backed out and ran for the hills, that tells you something else, doesn't it? That's pretty wild. That makes me believe that it goes way higher than anybody can imagine.
I'm sure that shady shit happens. You know, you're looking at internal affairs, you know, and stuff like that. But I've never, in my 47 years of being on this earth, never heard anything like this before.
Oh, none of us have. I don't think. None of us. And I'm going to show you something real quick. If you guys have another 15 minutes to bear with me, I want you to take what we just watched and add this to it. This is important. Annie Potts put this out this morning, earlier today. She did a great job with it. Of course, she pinpointed every bit of what we need to see too.
Wait a minute, there you go. Here's the deal. With everything going on with the FBI right now, okay, note they got new leadership in place. I'm hearing in an interview from an ex-FBI agent who is talking about the FBI today is not the same FBI that it was 30 some odd years ago.
No, by no means, none.
And knowing too how I go all the way back to when Trump was on his campaign and that little failed attempt of taking his life from a little sniper. You had, what do you call it, Secret Service there. You had some FBI agents there. Granted, Biden, him and Biden is always going head to head about something, but Biden restrict him of what he needed for his what do you call it? The presidential bodyguards they get.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry. My mind's gone now. Shit.
That's all good. I get it. Well, made her come back when we review this here.
Anyway, that, and then you time everything else up with what we're hearing about the Kirk case and all this with the FBI, and then you add this to it.
Yeah,
there's a lot going on in the federal realm of our country.
Of course there is. Yes, of course
I've
there is.
never. CIA does operative stuff that nobody's never freaking will know about. Top secret.
We love the CIA, just like Docket says. Yes.
FBI, same thing.
Yeah.
They
do what they want to. They do what they want to do.
Right. So you would never something the FBI gets something fucks up.
Mm-hmm.
You never hear about it.
No, they don't have
if
to tell us
FBI
about it.
Fucked up something. Never hear about it.
Yes, of course. Absolutely true. Absolutely true.
There is something huge going on in our federal ranks.
Yep, I agree. And this
I think it's a whole lot bigger than the Idaho 4.
Oh, it is. It is. Well, that's what I'm wondering if when Cy Ray made the statement that he did, that he's never seen anything in the 30 plus years of his experience ever seen any kind of misrepresentation of facts in this case, to the point where he believes that it's being done on purpose to cover up something much, much, much larger. There you go. There you go. And I'd like to know what that is.
And from what I'm hearing about Cy, okay, so this is the first time he's ever been on the defensive side of a trial or investigation.
Right. He's never done it.
He's always been prosecutor.
Mm-hmm.
That's because everything that he backs up is on the up.
Yep.
And what he said in that affidavit pretty much blows the whistle on this whole case.
It does, in my opinion, if they'd let him speak. That's actually what we're getting ready to look at real quick. I wanted you guys to take what we just watched, the knowledge you gained or knew and reiterated with this. Annie put this out and she cut it perfect. So just this part alone, I'm just refreshing this in your guys' minds. That's why we're looking at this. And process those things together and look at this case. Exactly. Give me 1 minute, because this is it. I'm telling you, mix all this together, guys, and here's your answer. For those of you that didn't see this, surprise. And for those of you that did, like I said, just a refresher.
TNT stuff.
Thank you, Judge. This should be fairly simple. The state's seeking an order prohibiting the defense from continuing to allege that the state received timing advance records from AT&T.
Here we go, timing advance records.
Continuing to allege. I'm assuming you mean in front of a jury.
Yes.
That's
What we
aside.
don't want, throughout the entirety of this case, they've alleged that. We're seeking to prohibit them from making that same allegation in front of a jury because it's false. Timing advance records, really timing is what's at issue. And in 2022, the days that we're concerned about are 7 days. The event that we wanted records for was obviously November 13th. So in 2022, we had 7 days from November 13th to get AT&T timing advance records for anyone's phone.
Pay very close attention how Judge Hippler treats Ashley and the prosecution, and watch what happens when Ann Taylor stands up, folks.
We did do search warrants for other people's phones. We did a tower dump, and we did a search warrant for 3 individuals. Those were all done on November 16th period, so the state did receive some timing advance records. However, by the time that Mr. Koberger was identified in December 19th, and by the time we applied for a search warrant for his AT&T records, we were outside of that 7-day window.
Bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
There were no timing advance records to be received, and we
She's
did
such a
not receive
liar.
any. The state has submitted an affidavit from Stephen Gordon, the AT&T Director of Compliance, essentially stating that we.
Welcome, Anna. You don't have to leave your camera on if you don't want to, hun.
Yeah, I don't even, okay. Sorry.
No, you're fine. If you want to leave it on, that's up to you. I'm just letting you know you don't have to.
I'm in my car, so okay. I don't know if it got a good picture.
No problem. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, you're welcome.
Sought timing advance records, but they were not included.
Stephen Gordon
because
isn't the guy
more than
who
7 days elapsed
authenticate those records,
since
Jennings.
November 13th, 2022, and the date of the search warrant, December 23rd, 2022. And the state just submits these affidavits should be dispositive of this issue.
Defense filed a.
He's lying.
document
Lying.
yesterday. I don't have all the attachments, but it talks about a timing advance that was produced by AT&T in
December.
last April, I think.
Yes, so for that, it's still in reference to these search warrants that were initially asked for in November 16th of 2022. We did a part one.
November
and then later
16th,
we
you
did
were
a
trying to
part
get
two.
Brian
But
Koberger's
because we put in that request within the first
cell
3
phone
days,
stuff?
obviously a preservation request was also put in. So those records were obtained. So again, we're
So
talking.
you're indicating that there were records obtained as part of your prior notification of need for AT&T to preserve those records.
Right. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Now, watch this. You see what he did? He just reiterated what Ashley said in support of her. Now watch. And we know she lied. He knows she lied. Yeah, her voice
Wow.
makes me want to vomit.
Jennings,
myself.
what a dumbass.
Your Honor, we're requesting the court deny the state's motion and allow us to cross-examine their expert, Nicholas Balance, with regard to timing advance records.
What evidence do you have that timing advance records existed?
Here it is. He doesn't even let her finish and he cuts her off because he's such a fucking ignorant bastard. Here we go.
That the state could have acquired for Mr. Koberger?
Well, Your Honor, specific.
I've read your affidavit of Mr. Ray, and he seems to entirely.
The piece of shit asked her a question, and I'm going to go off again. So I'm forewarning you, okay? He asked her a question, and the piece of shit didn't even let her finish answering before he cut her off again.
Really ignore the 7-day issue and doesn't address it.
Because that has nothing to do with it.
Your Honor, his
the 7-day
affidavit,
doesn't matter.
I think, starts before to explain to the court some of the history about where the timing advance records come from. When Mr. Koberger was identified, I'm going to jump.
I want you guys to know something. On this day, Cy Ray was keyed up and ready to go on Zoom, okay? He was able to speak on this. He was able to explain it, to defend it, to show it. All of that at that point in time. This Ebenezer Scrooge looking piece of garbage did not allow this man to speak nothing. He knows exactly what he's doing here and 100% took full control of this situation and completely blasted the defense on this for no reason. He's a piece of garbage.
Jump ahead and tell you why I think I should get to ask Nick Balance about these records. When Mr. Koberger came to the attention of the state and they began doing search warrants for Mr. Koberger's records, on December 23rd, there were 2 separate search warrants for Mr. Koberger's AT&T records, and they requested timing advance records. And one of the pages that we gave you was the carrier request that said, give us 7 days worth of timing advance records. There were 7 days back, at least 7 days back at that time.
The point with this whole thing, folks, is the 7 days doesn't even matter. He knows that. Everybody knows that. But here we are.
Those have never been produced to us. What I've learned in working with Mr. Ray is that obtaining timing advance records now goes through a different process than it went before. FBI agents had a means to get these timing advance records before they were generally available to all of law enforcement. Generally available now comes through the GLDC program, and that happened in 2023.
But he's not indicated he has any evidence that, at least for the time of the...
Yes, he absolutely does. And he absolutely names somebody, which he brings up here in the future. He won't let her show him. He will not allow this to be explained nor to be proven. And that will tell you something right there. Period. That's all there is to it, folks.
Murder, that those would still be in existence.
We've never heard from Nick Balance, who is FBI and who has the back door.
From AT&T.
You've heard from AT&T that GLDC did not produce these records in 2022. You've absolutely heard that from AT&T.
Right.
What you haven't heard is the other way that...
The other way. I haven't heard that either.
It's
I've heard a
explained in
general
the
description,
affidavit.
and I've heard
Thought you read the affidavit.
that he received some...
And he just pointed it out. It's in the affidavit. He claims that he knows this and he read this shit, but he didn't. Or he did, and he doesn't want it brought out. Remember that.
Once, and they said, oh, no, don't use those. I don't know if those were acquired within the 7
Boyd
days.
Jackson.
He doesn't address the 7 days. And that's a glaring, particularly given the inflammatory language in that accusations in that affidavit. It's a glaring omission.
No, he tells you it's Boyd Jackson is the back door.
we don't even have the 7 days worth, which is what the carrier requests. That
The 7 days that he's back home?
maybe.
I'll ask the state about those, if they receive those. I'm not sure their search warrant covered that time frame, but
Your Honor, I would say that it did, and I would say their first search warrant was just a 48-hour period. It asked for timing
Correct.
advance records,
Then 6
but then the
months.
second warrant,
you would
which
agree there's no evidence that AT&T provided those? Or
And did not get during this entire hearing that she spoke to finish one sentence, you guys, not one, because this loser can't keep his stupid ass mouth shut for more than 5 seconds.
or that those were still available by the time that Mr. Koberger was identified?
Your Honor,
An officer of the court.
as an officer of the court, I would like to ask Nick Balance that, and here's why. Here's why. The things that I've learned is that the 7 days is on paper. Sometimes they go back further than other days.
What's the evidence of that, counsel?
The evidence has been in the practice that I've learned from people that I've worked with.
You're giving me that testimony now?
I'm not giving you testimony. I'm answering the court's question.
Okay. But you've made some serious accusations against the state of hiding evidence.
Mm-hmm. Right. Click sign in.
and yet
He's
you
on your Zoom.
provided no factual basis, zero, that evidence existed for them to be able to obtain it in December.
Click sign in. He'll
In
explain it.
April of, or I'm sorry, it was probably by the July date that I got it, of 2024, I got records from 2022. And
He's sitting there on Zoom ready to speak on this, and they did not allow it. They already have this, like Lucy just said as well. They know, okay? And you see he denied every bit of this.
some other time in 2024, I think it was May, I got 3,800 people's timing advance
Because they were
records.
asked within 7 days of the date that they sought it. It was the tower dump from the night of the murder asked within the 7 days.
I understand that.
Okay.
That's not what's
So
being
where
talked
is the
about.
evidence that Mr. Kober?
That is not at all what she's trying to explain, but he will not. He refuses because he knows what she's going to say, and he doesn't want it put on the record. He does not want this put on the record. That's why he keeps trying to shut her down, period, folks.
Burger's timing advance records from AT&T were available to anybody in December without a prior request that they save those.
They put it in their warrant.
Well, I don't know if they made a prior request that they save those.
Well, they wouldn't because they didn't know who he was.
You're correct. They didn't know who he was until, I think, about December 19th.
Correct.
Their warrant for his full scope of records, the second AT&T warrant.
I can't even
Have you
believe
ever
that
seen
we're
the
right now.
magic
Really.
glasses that without glasses?
I can't even believe this shit. He's
Days that don't sound like they're particularly relevant.
size on Zoom. Let him explain it to you, dickhead.
That's a discovery issue you can take up with the court through a motion to compel, which you have not filed. It's not an evidentiary issue in which you can lay down Mr. Ray's conspiracy theory without any evidence at trial.
Oh, hell no.
He has evidence.
Your Honor, we have litigated this issue quite extensively throughout the course of the case. The timing advance records, once I understood how timing advance works, became very important. We've heard different things now than I've heard at different times in the past about this, particularly about the 7 days. That's newer information to me now. But the carrier request forms tell me I should at least have that. I want the court to know that we have had motions to compel on this very issue. We have had different bits of information.
For the 7 days that are after December, in December?
No, Your Honor, because the 7 days is something that's newer and has been brought to my attention more
Motion to
recently.
compel related to timing advance records for November 13.
Our discovery requests were for all of Mr. Koberger's timing advance records. Our motions to compel covered all of them too. I have this carrier request now that says 7 days, and I have the affidavit now that says 7 days. Those are not things that I always knew when we were litigating this issue.
Okay.
Those are new bits of information. To me, it is a little bit, there's been things that have changed, and there might be records out there.
And make sure you're watching this pine tree over here. Watch her faces as he's saying what he's saying, and him. Those two over there, and she'll speak up too at one point. But watch their faces. It's just, I love it.
Given what you have now with the affidavit with 7 days, if you imagine you didn't know that, and you...
I understand your confusion and concern previously. What I don't understand it is now. In light of the evidence, I don't understand.
She's not confused. That's the problem. She understands it. You're the one that doesn't seem to want to understand it.
To raise accusations without addressing the 7 days that he had that information when he submitted his affidavit.
Let him explain it to you then.
He is
Click him
available
on
to
in.
testify if the court wishes for him to.
It's his obligation and
There
your
you go,
obligation to
Ann.
establish that evidence of that the state has this, and you haven't done that. His affidavit is quite extensive, and he seems to
Click him in.
ignore that issue.
Your Honor, I believe
Click
that
him in, Your Honor.
that issue is touched on with his knowledge that these kinds of records existed a long time before.
He said that in a very general way about that without reference to the 7 days, and he supposedly received them.
Your
from
Honor,
some
the expert is
FBI
available
expert
to
look
answer
at
your
on his
question.
company, and then was told not to use them. So I don't know, maybe the FBI got them in a way that they weren't supposed to at that time, for all I know. He didn't name names, he didn't identify it, he didn't put into any context.
He did. He named
The state
Boyd
indicated,
Jackson.
and they provided AT&T's sworn testimony that they only keep them for 7 days. And yet he makes the accusations that he did in his affidavit without addressing that 7-day issue at all. And so I guess my
It
point
doesn't
is
matter.
if you want to cross-examine the witnesses about why didn't they rely on the AT&T timing information, you've got to show some factual foundation that that was available to them. By the time Mr. Koberger was on their radar, as it relates to
Give him
November
a name,
13th.
Ann. Tell him. He named names. It's
And
Boyd
I'm not
Jackson.
seeing that is the problem.
My first question to Special Agent Balance, who would be the person who would have gotten these through a different channel through the FBI, would have been, did you get them? Because I've heard different things along the case, asking him the question is really what I wanted to be able to do. And that's why I opposed this motion and prepared it as I did.
Tell you what, I'll let you ask that question outside the presence of the jury.
Thank you.
at the time of trial.
That will satisfy me. Thank you.
Notice Hippler doesn't want to just click the expert in to get his question answered by the expert.
Which he could have done that day. Cy would have absolutely explained why he made the statement. He would have brought Jackson's name out. He would have stated it, all of it. He was right there ready to do it. And Hippler would not allow it, folks. He would not allow it.
He's on
And I'm not
standby.
upset, but I just for Mr. Ray's information, because he wasn't here the first day I started this trial with you folks. I said, I don't want theatrics. I don't want accusations that aren't supported with evidence about supposed bad conduct of the parties. You're all professionals. I respect you all.
The only theatrics is being brought about by him right now here.
And the accusations he made in there are very concerning. The kinds of accusations
They
are
are
true that would
right
get people
to take them
disbarred.
seriously.
And so without any evidence and apparently sidestepping the clear explanation, he makes those. And so that doesn't make me happy.
And to address the court's concerns of what's been raised, I think the only issue out there, I have the 2 search warrants. The state asked for the AT&T timing advance records in our search warrants. The state wanted that information from Mr. Koberger. We did not receive it. I did not receive those records from AT&T. I do not have them. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. There's not been a showing that those records were available, and I think it would be unfairly prejudicial to try to impeach the testimony of the agent that somehow he hid or didn't provide or didn't use records that he didn't have available to him. So absent some factual showing that he had them available, I'm not going to allow questions about that, and I'm not going to allow testimony about that. Now, if you want to voir dire him before he testifies in front of the jury, I'll allow that.
Wow.
And if you show a factual basis for it, I'll allow it. But you haven't at this point.
To ask the question outside the presence of the jury. Thank you.
Thank you.
She hasn't because you didn't allow it to happen. Okay. And they knew we weren't going to a trial, so they knew it was never going to happen. Period. She's lying. Ashley's lying. She has that material. She knows she has that material. She's had that material. Okay. End of story. The 7 days doesn't fucking matter. I was so tired of hearing that. This man is about as crooked as you can get, folks. Okay. Just period. That's all there is. And this is proof. If you take this, and thank you, Annie, for putting this out today. If you take this and what we watched within that interview that was talked about and mix that together, folks, there's your answer to what's wrong with this case, period. 100%. This is unreal to me that this happened the way it did. That's just a refresher or brand new for those of you that never saw that, but that's real, folks. That really happened that day. Blows my mind. That's exactly what I agree with that. They were afraid of what Cy Ray was going to point out, and he knew that as well as the prosecution. They were not going to let that happen. So thank you once again, Judge Hippler, for helping the prosecution and working for them to do what you did. It's a joke, an absolute joke. I agree with that. Cy Ray knew that Brian was nowhere near 1/11/22 and had the proof, but they wouldn't let him show it, hence why the state lied. Bingo. And that is what needs to come out. That is what needs to come out. He could have said that there that day. He could have proven what he has. Still can. Wouldn't let it happen. And there you go, folks. Once that happened, on down the line, they hurried up and put this in the bag, and that was the end of it. I hope he does go down with him. Nothing. I hope they all go down together. They can burn in hell together, because that's exactly what's going to happen. Anyway, just wanted to show that. I was grateful to see that Annie put that back out. Truly. What a mess, you guys. What a damn mess. So, I don't even know how that works, Tony. He said he would allow her to do it off the record. I think it belongs on the record, to be honest with you. Truly, I think it belongs on the record. But he couldn't do it. He didn't want what she was saying right there on the record. I'll let you impeach him outside of the jury. Bullshit. No. The jury deserves to know that too. That's the whole problem right here. He was going to do the exact same thing that Judge Gall tried to do in the Delphi case by keeping things from the jury. You two together can come up with a lie to tell the jury about the tip. There's another thing he did. This is what this man did the whole time. Be careful, Meg, please. Good to see you, by the way, Wonders Deep. So there we are again. By the way, Ann, thank you so much for being here. Anna D, Dylan, and Hemisphere. I'm done talking, you guys. I'll stop rambling. Go for it. Any thoughts, feelings, opinions? I forgot all about you guys for a minute. I'm sorry.
Oh, you good, Dago. And I already knew that when he did that, that was pretty much a wrap on the case, in my opinion.
That proves the corruption right there. Yes, sir.
And there's a reason why, if you was to watch later on, Ann Taylor just kind of had enough of it and said, look, I don't have to do anything. I ain't got to investigate anything. I ain't got to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
I could just sit down there and just let the prosecution make their case.
Well, that's exactly how it's supposed to be. Right. You're right. Absolutely.
So yeah, she was just fed up with Hitler's bullshit. She couldn't get nothing done.
And there's a point there. Shortly after this poor woman had to bury her mother, come back to this stupid courtroom and go on, get denied the continuance, get denied the alternate suspects, and ran face first into a brick wall, in my opinion. We know that they weren't. Right here proves that he wasn't going to do anything to help. Okay, he wasn't going to allow anything, in my opinion, either. So that's my opinion. I don't know. Anna, do you have any thoughts on this? And welcome again.
Yeah, I just don't understand why she just did not ask for a different judge. I would be asking, putting that on record for a different judge. And I would just be hounding because he keeps on saying, I don't want to be there. Well, if you don't want to be there, you can excuse yourself from the case and get somebody else.
That's a good point. I don't know how the laws work with that. Maybe because she figured he wouldn't allow it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the judge would have to make the ruling on whether he's going to take himself off the case.
Like, for instance, in the Delphi case, they did try to get Gall to recuse herself, and she absolutely denied it. And they took it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said no. So she probably felt at this point, the way he was being, that it probably was a waste of their time. You know what I mean?
But at least it would be on record for her to do that. So at least that would be like, so if he does an appeal, I still think that he can still do an appeal. And I think that you just have to get that new evidence out there. If there's any kind of evidence that comes out, especially with that DNA stuff that's coming out now, if that comes out, anything new will come out. Corruption, anything can come out.
Well, I think this hearing here alone, Anna, could be used as evidence, in my opinion. You know what I mean? That's evidence of judicial misconduct, in my opinion, right there.
Well, that's why I said, as a contract, because the appeal. I'm not a lawyer. I just did a lot of research.
Sure.
He signed a contract, and what did Nye? What's his name?
Bill Nye, the science guy. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he said, "Oh well, he'll breach the contract." So, but I always say a contract is always meant to be broken. There's always holes in a contract.
Sure.
And because, I'm a business major. I took business law, so I was taught this. So
absolutely,
any contract can be broken. You just have to find that fine line. So when they take, so they want to add on this interest and all that. That's a contract. That's a breach of contract that the prosecution did. So if you really want to be technical, you can kind of say that's a breach of contract, but I don't know. Criminal, I'm not sure if that is.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's a good point. It is. And I think that they can present all of this at some point when and if they file this appeal and get out of this court system here, maybe get to a higher level and present all this and say, hey, look, this is what happened. Boom, 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 boom. My client had no chance here. If you can tell, Your Honor, that this is how this went down, it should have never happened. They can prove this stuff at some point, I'm sure. And that in itself should be what overturns this case, in my opinion.
Yes, and I think that even though I say, well, oh, he had a good, effective counselor. Well, it doesn't matter what he says. They can go to a court of appeals. It's a chain of command. So
and
he can say, well, no. It's up to the court of appeals. And then if they say no, you can go all the way up to the federal level. And Massive is what? She's a federal attorney?
I think so.
So, he got her on his side, and then you have the Innocent Projects, which is from the California one.
Well, see, that's the thing. My understanding is right now, at least right now, the Innocence Project is kind of halted because of funding. Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's why I believe that's what I understand at this point, what I looked into, sadly.
Okay.
And that could be what is maybe delaying, maybe, possibly. I don't know. Don't take that for a fact. It's just a thought. But yeah, all of this can be used, I think, against this situation. And this absolutely should be seen as misconduct from the prosecution, from the judge's side of things, and from law enforcement, and should, and I think would, if they look at it the right way, overturn this 100%. Give this man a trial. Prove that he didn't do this.
Yes.
Period. End of story. That's what needs to happen, what should have happened, and I pray to God at some point does happen.
And there's other things like so the book that he was studying, the what was it called? The Innocent.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so on YouTube, it's on my page.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Found the author of the book. He did a seminar with the Minnesota University of Law.
Okay.
And he is talking about all this stuff, and he's talking about how the FBI, how they do with the police officers, they do the identification and all that, and how the witnesses have this the pictures and everything. He's talking about all this stuff and how certain things can help with an appeal process. You might want to go watch it. You can find it on my page.
I didn't even realize you had a channel, Anna. You have a channel?
Yeah, I have a channel.
Oh, okay. Let's drop that link in here, guys, because I will go check that out. Truly, if you don't mind, I'll even show it here if it puts out enough information for sure.
Yeah, you go ahead. I'm very new, so I don't even go live on my channel because I just don't even know how to.
Okay, I understand. I get it.
I don't even know how to get a link.
If we can, I'm sure our mods can find it. Is it the the True Crime with Anna D? Is that what it is, or?
Yeah, Truth and Justice, True Crime with Anna D.
Gotcha. Truth and Justice, True Crime with Anna D. Gotcha. Interesting. Yeah, I will definitely pull that, and I want to subscribe as well.
Oh, thank you.
And I'd love for everybody else too. Anytime I see one of you guys start a channel and come out here and try to do the things we're trying to do to make a difference, to inform people, to educate, and to do the right thing, I absolutely support that. You guys know that. So 100%. I didn't even realize you had a channel, so my apologies.
It's okay.
We'll get the link in here and get it out into the chat for sure, and I'll be looking at that for sure. But anyway, good points, very good points, and I think that's exactly what needs to happen. How and when, I don't know. I didn't again, I have not seen anything stating that the defense is withdrawn. Not that I would have to. I'm not saying that, but I'm hoping that they're still behind him. Maybe they're working on something in the background right now. I don't know. There it is. Thank you, SRB. God bless. There's your link right there, guys. Go over and subscribe to Miss Anna's channel and give her some support. And I appreciate your support as well as the passion that I see that you seem to have that the rest of us do to make something happen and to show some proof in this case.
Well,
and
when I see, I said it on my channel. I mean, I did a little video. So I was always for innocence until proven guilty. And I cannot say he's guilty until they show me proof. I'm just like you. Yep. So if you don't show me that he was actually inside that house, and you cannot, the car, I don't see a license plate, so I can't say he was there.
Right.
Everything that is pointing, saying that they're saying he's guilty he's not guilty in my eyes.
I
So
gotcha.
until they show me solid proof, I feel that he might have pled guilty, but in my eyes, he's factually innocent until they can bring solid proof. And that little DNA thing, that's the only thing that's holding him up, is actually not even, I'm not even worried about that, because that's just showing that the knife sheath had a little speck of DNA on it. There's
Right.
no
Sure.
blood or nothing of his. So,
Absolutely.
where's the burden of proof? There isn't none.
Thank
Bushy
you.
eyebrows is not identification, actually.
And that doesn't even matter anymore, because now she's done how many interviews and body cam videos and never stated anything about any eyebrows. We now know that law enforcement added that. Okay.
Well, there you go. That's a lie too. So that's
Yeah.
another check. Okay, law enforcement, keep on sending stuff out, because everything, and everybody who is keep on making videos, even Lana and everybody else is making these videos.
Right.
That's the proof, and it's gonna catch somebody's eyes. The queen, the custody queens, it's called their eyes. They
Oh,
have
yeah.
somebody on in their law firm that does appeals.
I've
It's gonna catch somebody's eyes. It's going to draw attention to a law school, somebody, because that's what happens with some of the law school students going to see something.
Yeah,
They're
absolutely.
going to
And
get involved.
the custody queens, I've been following them pretty closely. I actually reached out to them to see if they would join me. They've been doing quite a bit of looking at this as well. I think they're doing good things. I hope. And I know it's not a good position for Brian. Melissa just said she's right. It's kind of scary. They could just walk away tomorrow, retire, and he'll sit there and rot. Good point. That's a good point. But hopefully, fingers crossed, that's not what happens.
Well,
Absolutely.
it's not going to happen if we keep it up. If we keep,
keep talking about it, right?
Keep talking about it and let them keep on, they want to put these little documents out here and there. That's okay. Go ahead. But
Keep showing us more. That's right.
We, the public, have the right to know that what's going on in the jails and everything else. And just because we're not lawyers, we can go and do our own research. And I was told that Yale gives out free law classes.
Okay.
So it's online, but I was told that.
That's awesome.
I don't want to take no law classes, but
I don't either. I get it, but I see what you're saying. I do. Which video on your page was that? You remember when you put it out?
It's on the community post.
Okay, thank you. Awesome.
You might want to skip the little bit of head, because they just talk a lot, and then it's
is it the one that's why the innocent plead guilty?
Yep.
Bingo. Okay, I'm gonna drop the link in here for you guys for that specific video.
And he's a judge. He's awesome. I had to listen to him 3 times.
We may have to review that. I'm gonna go watch it. We may have to review it. It's a little long, but it's definitely worth looking at from what I can see so far. It looks like good stuff.
Yeah, only there's when he's talking, I would be reviewing, because they ask a lot of questions. It was like a seminar stuff.
Well, his name is Judge Jed Rakoff, and he's out of the Southern District of New York. So the man knows what he's talking about. I'm guaranteeing you that. So we will check that out for sure.
Yeah.
How does he get out? I'm asking. Well, he would have to file that appeal, and he would have to sit there, Melissa, until they can get a new trial set for him. Okay. And then once they have a new trial set for him, they'd have to run the whole scenario like they should have in the first place and show everything. Everything would have to come to the table on that in hopes, first off, that trial would be, they would allow for that. Okay. They would approve it. And then in that case, they would have to do all that and run the whole thing like they were going to do it the first time, in my opinion. And then once that happens, they prove him innocent. That's all there is to it. The same way they would have done it the first time, in my opinion, because the state had no case. None.
Yeah, that's crazy with that. What Thompson said at that sentencing hearing. I would have been like, oh no, I'm not taking the plea.
I agree. I do agree. I'm surprised. Well, I am not surprised. If Hitler was on the up and up, he wouldn't have accepted the plea, in my opinion. Okay, but we know he's not at this point. That he was siding with the prosecution. He was biased, and that's exactly where this came from.
And he's not supposed to be. He's supposed to be right there as a non-biased person.
The judge is supposed to be there to protect the defendant's rights, to ensure that he receives a fair trial and a fair shake through the whole thing. And that man did nothing of the sort through the entire thing that he was there.
Yep.
None of it.
And you know how Thompson said he was like 100 feet away from the house.
Yeah.
So I put that into, you know how they have those little calculators. I'm like, okay, well, I want to know how far 100 feet is. It says 0.61 miles. So I'm like, well, how many miles is that? It's like, 10 blocks. I'm like, boy, he must have been running real fast. That's like 15-minute walk.
That's what I'm saying. Like they stated, Sarge said that a long time ago. I don't know if you were around when Sarge was still here talking about it, but he said they tried to use that period, the 23 times that he went by the house, all this stuff, that he was stalking this and that and everything. And like Sarge said, you can't stalk somebody going 40 miles an hour, meaning those 23 times is Brian driving through the area to go to the places that he goes to on a regular basis, to shop, to get your hair cut, to doctors, to whatever you're doing.
Right.
Nothing to do with that house, you guys, because you never stopped there. Never.
Right. That's crazy. That's crazy. It was one more thing.
Yeah, and Yvonne has a point. Everything that we are seeing in the LA reports, Hitler would not have allowed it in trial. We all know that at the point because it didn't follow that narrative. He would have denied everything, in my opinion. And I think Ann knew that. So
we should have
good
just
point.
stayed with Latah County, but he wasn't going to get a fair trial.
You know what? We said that before too, but I gotta wonder at this point if that would have even made a difference.
Well, he could have done a trial without a jury. He had that right too.
Yeah, I don't think that Brian Koberger had an option to have a fair trial anywhere in the state of Idaho. I just don't think it was going to happen. What's up, Miss Lucy? What's up? No, that whole 23 times. What are we saying? Put it up there.
On an appeal.
Thank you for your input, Anna. I appreciate that very much.
Oh, no problem.
What are you saying, Dylan?
On an appeal, isn't the burden of proof going on an appeal trial? Doesn't the burden of proof go onto the defense, or is it still on the prosecution?
No.
I believe it goes towards the defense.
Yeah, it's a higher. It has to be higher.
So she said that he connected to a tower that stops short of providing service to 1122 by 100 meters. That tower does not even service the house. That's what I thought. Okay.
Okay, I was wrong. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's perfectly fine. There's too many things in this case to have to worry about not worry about making mistakes. That tower provides service to just as much of Washington as it does Idaho. Good point. Thank you, Lucy.
Okay.
Not to mention that the tower that pinged in the area covers that highway that everybody comes in from Idaho, from Washington to Idaho.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. There's 3 towers in Moscow. Yeah, we had that whole show about this and how that all worked out and everything. Only 2 of them provide service till 1122. And that's a whole 3,800 people that dumped on all. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Anna.
Well, Miss Jennings said there was only 2.
There's only 2 that provide.
Around, it was only 2.
Yeah, there's only 2 that provide service to 1122 to that exact house, but there are a total of 3 in general.
Okay. Okay.
But the whole point is they're just she's an idiot. She's trying to play it off as, you know what I mean? So the whole prosecution team is an absolute joke. Like I said, it should be demanded that they go back and pull every case that Thompson has ever overseen and investigate each and every one of them, because I can almost promise you that they will find the same shit in many other cases.
Yeah, and that Molly girl. I'm friends with Thompson. You sure she was a DoorDash driver or she was a delivery driver for those places?
Somebody Jules did a show the other day that made me start thinking. At one point during that the interview, she talked about there was a friend of hers sitting at the Jack in the Box waiting for her. Well, that's wild. Why would they be waiting for you if you're out driving, working? And Jules just pointed something out, and I was like, damn, that's a good point. What if that friend sitting there waiting for her was her dealer, and she was delivering things for that person every time she'd go off on a delivery?
Oh,
No,
that's
it's not my mic, SRB. And I was like, good point, Jules, because that very well could be. Okay. Very well could be.
That's crazy.
It is, because what other reason would you have somebody sitting there waiting for you if you're driving around different areas working, other than, you know what I mean? It's just a thought. Very interesting thought.
Well, she said that she DoorDash was making her go back with the and get the different food.
Yeah. The one, because you're so slow.
DoorDash doesn't do that.
I
hope they realize that DoorDash doesn't do that.
Yeah, I've never heard of it before either, but could be.
I was actually, when I heard that, I'm like, wait a minute, what? Let me call my friend up. I'm gonna call my friend up because he's been doing DoorDash since 2020.
Yeah,
and he would love to do an interview.
Bring him in here. I'd love to have him join us for that.
Okay, he has a YouTube channel too. I'll just tell him. I say, look, you gotta come on YouTube so you can do an interview.
Yeah, bring him on in here. I'd love to ask him some questions about all that stuff.
Yeah, he's been doing it for a long time.
Absolutely, more than welcome. More than happy to have him here. Absolutely. Just one more thing to answer some more questions. That's all. All right. Take care, Hemisphere. Thanks, brother. Well, thank you, Anna. I appreciate it. Dylan, thank you. Dylan, do you have anything else to add to this before we get out of here?
Not really. I don't have anything else.
Okay.
Kind of multitasking over here.
I got you. Well, I appreciate you both. I appreciate Hemisphere. All you guys. Anna, please know you're always welcome to join me. You can always jump up here anytime that link is pinned. That goes for anybody that is brave enough to want to do it. You're more than welcome to jump up here and join us at any time. So thank you both for joining us, and thank you guys for the chat. It was a great discussion today. That interview was very informing, in my opinion. I appreciate Typically for joining us, and Kathy, as always, guys, please make sure you subscribe to these channels as well. Support them and all that stuff. Thank you guys so very much for joining us tonight. Don't forget, folks, to love yourselves and love each other. Mods, if you have a few minutes, please jump into the voice with me. I'll get a couple things to talk about real quick, if you have a minute. Besides that, guys, you guys are amazing. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light. A reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear. The sound of justice, the only thing we hear.
is empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter